Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the spring meeting of the Convention of the Highlands and Islands. And now that all modes of transport have arrived safely, welcome to everybody who's joined us for this gathering today. I very much appreciate the support and the assistance of COHI and Share for hosting this event taking place at Crochsollier. I'm very pleased this morning. I want to tell you some of the background to Crochsollier. I came to visit the site in 2017. Mary McInnes, Chair Board of Gaelic, lured me to the edge of a field down there where all I could see was rough ground and some fencing, and told me of the vision for a centre that would be a focal point for an appreciation of the Gaelic language, Gaelic culture, music, craft, and expression in the Gaelic language, and how the only thing standing between the development of this rough ground and this vision was Scottish Government funding, as is often the case in my experience. And we were able, with some collaboration from Hans Enterprise, Colony and Share and the government, to get to the point of establishing this wonderful facility, which, as I have spent some time in South Uist since then, have appreciated the significance of the development. And I had the pleasure last August, September, to open the facility and have heard much of what has been developed. When I came to the opening in last year, Mary used the opportunity of her speech to explain the significance of this wall behind me. And the significance of this wall is that she doesn't want it to be here for much longer. She wants phase 2 to emerge out that way, which is an auditorium. And I'm delighted that the government is able today to announce a capital contribution of £2 million towards phase 2 of the Crochsollier building. Recognising the significance of the challenges that exist in this area, the challenges of low population, the necessity to support new economic opportunity. And when I was out for my run this morning, as you would all expect me to do, I was able to see some of the fruits of the investment that's been made by the partnerships, very much at the heart of what's gone on in the Convention of the Highlands and Islands around about Loch Boisdale. So several years ago, again with a very bold decision from Highlands and Islands Enterprise, the Loch Boisdale Harbour and Marina development was taken forward, and in 2015 that opened, and it's opened up significant opportunities in the maritime sector, in the fishing industry, and also in leisure craft. Supported also by this development, the work of some of the land acquisitions by Storrs Uist, I think we begin to see a picture coming together of very deliberate measures to try to support economic and social development in areas that are challenged by depopulation and by the fragility of island economies. Now, those challenges never disappear. They have to be constantly addressed. The Transport Minister, Jenny Goruth, and I were just having a meeting before we commenced this morning with hauliers facing significant challenges because of the transport issues, and they also affect the fragility. So I suppose the point I'm making is that there are lots of investments can come together. I'm delighted that we're able to announce the financial support for phase 2 of Crochsollier. I know Hans Enterprise is looking sympathetically at these developments as well, and I encourage other partners of the corner as well to look sympathetically at these developments. But they are, in a sense, an illustration of what we have tried to achieve through the medium of the Convention of the Highlands and Islands, which is to recognise the fragility of particular localities and do something about it. And we'll come on to talk a bit about that in the regional economic partnership update that we'll get. So I do hope that piece of news helps in taking forward phase 2. I look forward to seeing the fruits of that in the period to come, and for there to be further significant impact as a consequence of these developments. So we've got a busy day. I'm going to, for probably quite understandable reasons, conclude the business of today around about 1:50. We have a piece of news at 2 o'clock, which well, all of us have an interest in. A few of us have a very close interest in it. So we'll close about 10 to 2. So I'll just, if I could just encourage colleagues to just keep things tight to enable us to get to that finish point at 10 to 2 and to enable us to come to a conclusion then. We'll go through all the different topics that we've got ahead of us today. And before I go any further, I'll invite Councillor Paul Steele to say a few words of welcome, and we'll then proceed with the agenda. Paul.
Thank you very much, John. So, Martin Dda, the Hwylydwynia, agus Falcha Goisha Jace, agus Croch Surrey. So, firstly, a very warm welcome to you all to the Western Isles, to Uist, and to my home community of South Uist. Cornell and Share is delighted to host for the 4th time this meeting of the Convention of the Highlands and Islands, the first wholly in-person gathering of the convention since the COVID pandemic. And I'm very pleased that many of you have taken the time to be here and you managed to make it up south. My second very pleasant task this morning is to acknowledge that this will be the last convention chaired by John Swinney, Deputy First Minister and Cabinet Secretary for Finance and COVID Recovery. John, you have been the strongest possible supporter of the convention since you first took office as Cabinet Secretary and Deputy First Minister in 2007, and I believe that you've never missed a meeting of the convention. We thank you most sincerely for your commitment to the convention and for the purposeful and encouraging way in which you have chaired the meeting, despite, I'm sure, occasional provocations from the floor. Your wider commitment to the Highlands of Scotland is well and truly appreciated and visibly demonstrated by this very building, Croch Surrey. And I would like you to know how much you will be missed by the members of the convention, by council colleagues and by the officials with whom you have worked so well. So we wish you well wherever your new path leads, and I would like to present you with this rather weighty tome on behalf of the Cordia. So it's
that's very kind of you.
Sorsa.
Oh, lovely. Thank you
Lots
so
of
much.
poetry and fantastic pictures. So.
That's very kind of you. Thank you very much.
Ready?
Thank you.
So it's fitting that before us today we have an agenda. I'll try and do this quickly, so apologies if I seem to be rushing through it.
Just take your time. Take your time, Paul.
Yeah. It's packed with significant issues for the Highlands and Islands. So we have made much and significant progress on many of these issues over the term of the convention, but as ever, more needs to be done and done quickly, as the local authority members of the convention in particular operate in an atmosphere of deep financial uncertainty and are having to deal with financial challenges of a scale not known in the living career memory of most of our members and officials. We appreciate that financial challenges and pressures are not confined to local government, and for this reason we seek to move forward and at pace with public service reform, which has underpinned so much of our strategic thinking on the future delivery of essential services in our communities. And at the same time, enhancing community empowerment, democratic accountability and best value in the use of public finance provided to our areas. And that's to our areas, not our individual organisations. So your commitment, Deputy First Minister, to this work has been well known, and we thank you for your encouragement to us in the last few weeks in office. The common theme of all strategic policy in the Western Isles, and not just in the Western Isles, is population retention and growth. We have seen greater population stability in recent years than in many previous, but the trend is still downwards, particularly as regards working age population. These are issues common to all of rural Scotland and indeed all rural Europe. But it's a task of government to find policy answers and options which change predictions and trends and are not just governed by them. Critical to this work is the presence and availability of affordable and attractive housing, reflecting whatever land use patterns operate in our separate areas, whether crofting in established settlements or in addressing special needs such as extra care. Our system of planning and consent must support population retention and growth, not discourage it. Scottish Government has been generous to the Western Isles with its housing resource allocation, and the problem, as it were, of spending it is a challenge we're delighted to have. Again, I acknowledge the Cabinet Secretary for Housing and Local Government, Shona Robson, to support greater flexibility in supporting use of the HRA funding. But again, we need to see greater pace of change and new time-limited action points so that we can collectively make a real impact on what is perceived in many quarters as a housing crisis across the Highlands and Islands. Every item on today's agenda, the visitor economy, transport, Gaelic, and as I've already said, housing, are key elements to successful delivery of our strategies of population retention and growth. Too many policy initiatives are still viewed in relative isolation, and for our islands and many other parts of rural Highlands and Islands, it's an integrated policy approach which is required. Policies may be sectoral, but their impact is across the board. One of the purposes and advantages of the convention is that it brings local authorities, agencies and ministers together in an atmosphere where these essential links can be reflected on and that policy choices can be influenced towards collective good. I look forward to an interesting, useful and productive day with some clear and measurable actions coming out of the reports, supporting the collective goal of strengthening our communities and services which support them. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Paul, and thank you very much for to Corlia and to colleagues for this very kind gift, which I will treasure. As you say, Paul, I've chaired every meeting of the Convention of the Highlands and Islands since 2007, and when I first came here in 2007, with very limited experience of government, some faces were around the table. Alistair Dodds was here from Highland Council, Chief Executive at the time, and I remember breezing into the Ballahoola Chatel, and I was at the height of trying to negotiate the Concordat with local government, and my heart was warmed by a conversation with Sandy Park, your council convener at the time, Alistair, who told me that he'd been briefed about these emerging discussions and was very, very supportive of it. And I thought to myself, well, this is really good news, because if the independent group in COSLA are supporting my Concordat and the SNP group, that's probably about enough votes to force the Labour Party to come along with it. So hence the Concordat was born. But I tell that story because of what has been one element of the convention and what I've viewed as to being a real great asset for me in chairing this over all these years, has been the ability to have informal dialogue with political and organisational leaders across the Highlands and Islands to understand the issues and the challenges and how we can weave our common purpose together. And in a sense, that for me, that's been time really well spent over all these meetings. It's been a personal joy to move these meetings around the Highlands and Islands. It's been an enormous professional privilege to understand the different perspectives that people bring to these discussions and to try to help to weave them together in common purpose. And that's been, I think, to the strength of the delivery of policy and service within the Highlands and Islands, because good things have happened because of discussions around about this table that ordinarily wouldn't happen without these discussions. I think also one other thing which, when I came to our first convention of the Highlands and Islands, it was awful stilted. Like everyone had a script, it all got read out, we all made big speeches to each other, but we only had that for one meeting. And we replaced it by frank, candid conversation, and it's been the better for that. So I want to thank, those here today and past and present for all of that frankness and candid conversation, because I think it has really helped to create stronger bonds between the aspirations of people in the Highlands and Islands and what is possible through the support of the Scottish Government and other organisations. Paul made a really important point in his contribution about the need for organisations not to operate in compartments. That yes, money's tight for everybody. We all know it's tight. It's tight for the government, it's tight for public bodies, it's tight for local authorities. Nobody is operating in a climate of abundance. So how we make that money go further will be helped by the conversations that take place around about tables of this type, and about us being, just to be as flexible as we can about how we use money together in the, and Paul made the important observation that it was about the impact on areas, not organisations. And I think that's a sentiment I would encourage very strongly, that there is still a lot of public money spent in individual areas. We just have to try to make sure it goes a bit further than has been the case in the past. Then my final observation in these sort of points of reflection are about the whole concept of integrated policy, because I think I've I've spent most of my time as a minister, this is my last commitment as a minister today, railing against compartmentalisation. And there's been so many good examples where we've actually managed to achieve more because people have left their compartments behind and gone forward in shared endeavour. This building is an example of that. The Stornoway Deepwater Port is another example of that, which will have huge economic implications for the Western Isles, drawn together the interests of tourism, the energy sector, the maritime sector, huge economic opportunities. But it wouldn't happen if everyone had just, if Stornoway Port Authority had stayed in its compartment, and HIE had stayed in its compartment, and the government had stayed in its compartment, and the Corla had stayed in its compartment. It's happening because people have come out and taken bold decisions. So I suppose that's a really big and important reflection from me on where integrated policy making can help to achieve better outcomes. And we'll come on to a lot of that in the thinking around about the regional economic partnership update that we get. So I considered, when I knew what was happening on the 27th of March, I considered what is the right thing to do? Is it to cancel the Convention of the Highlands and Islands, since I shall be departing from office tomorrow, or is it to come here and basically continue the dialogue and encourage that dialogue? I can't think of a finer way to end my ministerial career than ending it at the Convention of the Highlands and Islands on such an absolutely stunning day in South Uist, in Loch Boisdale, having travelled here in a Carmack ferry that got in on time, and it was a wonderful experience. It was the closest to a Mediterranean cruise I'm ever going to get yesterday. But can I just say at a personal level, I have the Convention of the Highlands and Islands has been a very, very important part of my ministerial career. It's brought me much joy and personal joy and professional satisfaction, and I am deeply grateful to colleagues for the personal kindness that I've always experienced in all of these trips. So thank you, and I wish you well for what lies ahead. Thank you. Right, we'll go on to the agenda proper, and there's various things I've got to do about, there's no fire alarms, catering will be in the adjoining room down there, and the previous outcomes have been circulated. We'll move on to the first item, which is the update on the regional economic partnership. And just one observation from me before I invite Paul to just give a bit of an update and then to invite input from colleagues. And that is to say that in the National Strategy for Economic Transformation, one of the key themes of that is the development of regional economic strategies and plans. So what is taken forward through the Regional Economic Partnership really is very significant in realising the aspirations of the National Strategy for Economic Transformation. So, and obviously we're fortunate in this part of the world that there's a real anchor for that economic agenda in the work of Highlands Islands Enterprise. Paul, do you want to give us some opening remarks, and then I'll take some reflections from colleagues. Paul.
Thank you very much. Again, you're hearing my voice, and it's going to be for a little while here. So the REP, Regional Economic Partnership, has met twice since the last meeting of the convention, and it's engaged with several topics critical to Highlands and Islands. These have included the Regional Economic Policy Review, Highlands and Islands Enterprise new draft strategic framework, the new subsidy control regime, active travel transformation, and a greenhouse gas baseline study for the Highlands and Islands. Housing is a recurrent issue for the REP, and at our last meeting we discussed the establishment of a new REP housing subgroup to explore how house building can be accelerated across the Highlands and Islands, how barriers presently hampering economic development can be removed. This emerged from a discussion with the Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice, Housing and Local Government, which is attended by myself and the Chair of Highlands and Islands Enterprise. Discussion with government and local partners are presently ongoing regarding the terms of reference for that subgroup, and given that housing is the main agenda item this afternoon, I will leave further comments on that until then, but I would hope the establishment of the subgroup is an outcome that can be endorsed by the convention. The REP Senior Officers Group held an NSET workshop that focused on regional alignment with NSET, with the session concluding with a focus on potential areas of regional collaboration and action. Further workshops sessions are planned to allow officials to develop REP action plan. And I hope we'll see that first iteration of that work at the next meeting of the REP. So the REP considered the Scottish Government's Regional Economic Policy Review and its recommendations, and these recommendations were broadly welcomed. So particular welcome was the commentary around greater regional autonomy, which will be essential if we are to drive forward key regional opportunities. Statements in the review around policy alignment, joined up funding decisions and portfolio coordination were viewed as having the potential to improve place-based approaches and regional development. Also welcome was the potential for regional intelligence hubs, which will provide an opportunity to develop a greater evidence base to inform regional responses. HIE's new draft strategic framework was considered by the REP in a workshop-style session chaired by HIE's Chief Executive. The session provided an overview of the draft strategy, covering regional strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats, and the newly proposed strategic framework. Commentary was provided by REP members around key issues such as population, labour, skills, entrepreneurship, and the critical enabling infrastructure such as transport, digital connectivity and housing. The REP is in broad agreement with the SWOT and objectives within the draft framework. The REP considered a paper around subsidy control which summarised recent changes, and there was agreement around the benefits of developing schemes on a consistent basis and designed to meet regional priorities. It was agreed to establish a short-life working group to share understanding of the new regime, to develop a consistent response when dealing with mutual clients, and to develop the priorities to ensure the regime was used effectively for the Highlands and Islands. Proposals for a regional delivery model for active travel delivery was also discussed by the REP. It was agreed that there was an opportunity to work with regional transport partnerships on developing a model that will emphasise delivery at a local level, with local authorities as the main infrastructure delivery partner, but with governance, accountability, programming and reporting developed regionally, supported by the REP and other delivery partners such as Transport Scotland. The REP considered a paper setting out work being undertaken by HIE to compile a greenhouse gas inventory for the region. The work aims to develop an understanding of the emissions profile of the region to inform policies and interventions that can support a just transition to net zero. The key components of the work include regional, local authority and sectoral greenhouse gas inventories, carbon sequestration potential, and an overview of the regional contribution to national renewable energy generation. This will quantify the importance of the renewable energy sector to the region. It was agreed this would be a valuable piece of work and that should build on pre-existing local data sets to inform the regional picture. A critical issue that came up at the last REC meeting was the proposals coming forward from government around highly protected marine areas. And it's understood that the present consultation is not focused on site selection but on the broad concept. The idea of a total ban on virtually all activity within an HPMA has, however, been met with anger and incredulity across the region, particularly in island, remote and peripheral communities. So to my mind, there are three important strands to the future of the Highlands and Islands. People need to be able to get here, and transport is an important part of today's agenda. They need to be able to live here, and housing is rightly a focal point of our discussions today, and they need to be able to work here, and that's the focus of everyone involved in the REP. All of these strands are inextricably linked, and in my short time as chair of the REP, I've seen and heard about some fantastic developments in relation to expanding and improving economic opportunities throughout the region from work being done by all our partners. But we feel the HPME is threatening to undo all of that good work in one fell swoop. There's a feeling certainly here in US that it could have impacts on our communities akin to the clearances in terms of confidence in our community and the economy which supports them. These proposals, if introduced, will be economically disastrous to these communities and require to be radically rethought or even better scrapped. I didn't want to end on a sour note, but on that cheery note, I'll end, and that's my update from the REC. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Paul. Heard loud and clear. We'll feed back your considered opinion on the HPMAs and address that. So, Alistair, do you want to come in?
Yeah, I think
I'll take any other contributions, Alistair.
just briefly, DFM. The REP, like all new bodies, and you spoke about this gathering here, it takes some time to mature and get into the real business. But I think over the last couple of meetings it has, and I think Paul's just outlined what the way it is developing. Talking about the high strategy, in the past the high strategy has been presented to the board and you agree or disagree with it. This process this time is much more open, really looking for contributions from all our partners, from the private sector, from the third sector and communities. We're speaking about real things like, the subsidy strategy, quite practical things that mean, something to every organisation in this room. And a lot of the things that are on the agenda today, like housing. I think, we've really got to allow it to develop, and I was particularly keen on the Regional Economic Policy Review and what that involved. And a big word in there was delegation to regions. And I think if that's to be a success, then you're going to have to allow that. And we're going to have to, act maturely in taking that forward. It has to do real things. My friend on the left here doesn't like just blethering. Well, he likes blethering in the bar, but not so much at meetings. So we'll have to make it real for him. And I think that was one of the interesting things. Paul's just talked about HPMAs there. It was raised at the end of the meeting. The private sector was at the meeting, the third sector, communities, local authorities. And that came up, and it came up for a natural discussion. You spoke before about doing real things. And that's where I think the rep can make a difference. So I see it maturing nicely, and it just has to be allowed to get on and do things. So it won't necessarily be the same as a rep in south of Scotland or other parts, but if it's real for us, then I think it can make a real difference. And HIE are certainly committed to that, working with partners, with other members of the rep, and indeed the Scottish Government.
Thanks, Alistair. Any other contributions? Mike?
Just on the marine issues, so Nature Scots' role is to support Marine Scotland. Marine Scotland are leading the consultation, but there's an enormous amount of sensitivity here, and certainly, although we're providing technical advice, Nature Scots very keen to hear from local authorities and their perspectives. It's early into this. I know the consultation's underway, but certainly our technical advice has got a long way to go in terms of having any idea on the scale and the context and size of these and the shape of these and all the rest of it. But very open to talk to local authority colleagues. Spent some time with Paul and his colleagues last week, and I'll certainly look forward to speaking to people over lunch and on from that as this evolves.
Thanks, Mike. Any other contributions? No. Okay, I think thanks for that. I think the one of the points that Alistair makes, I think, is really central to this issue, which is the importance of formulating plans at local level that can achieve support and buy-in. So, I think the Regional Economic Policy Review has been very well conducted, and its content is very welcome because it expressly acknowledges, I think, two important things. Firstly, the need to draw together various interested parties in common purpose, and secondly, that local decision making is critical to the formulation of those plans, and the fact that there is a different approach in one part of the country to another is actually welcome and appropriate. What that must deliver is economic advancement in all parts of the country. So it might be different, but it's got to advance that agenda. So it's I think there's a lot to be commended there. So I think the work of the Regional Economic Partnership, I think, should feed into here for an update on a constant basis. I think every 6 months is pretty welcome, and it gives the opportunity to reflect on these points. And then I think specifically come out of this conversation, I hear what's been said about HPMAs, so we'll take that back and feed that to ministerial colleagues for further discussion.
John, I should have said Paul's done a great job in developing the partnership. It's not an easy thing to chair a disparate group as it starts up, but I think his mature leadership has been really appreciated.
Great, good. That's good to hear. Right, well, all good wishes with that. That's certainly very welcome, and we'll look with interest at what comes from there. So, we'll move on to the next topic, which is on major events in the visitor economy. Obviously, one of the main themes of a lot of what we've discussed in the convention has been the importance of the visitor economy to every part of the Highlands and Islands, the importance of accessibility to the Highlands and Islands. Each of the growth deals and island deals that have been constructed all have the visitor economy as important features within that. And then, of course, there are significant landmark events that take place within the Highlands and Islands locality, not least of which the events that take place at Fort William and the World of Mountain Biking, and with the forthcoming hosting of the UCI 2023 Cycling World Championships downhill mountain biking, which is not an enterprise I will be taking up in my partial retirement, having watched it from the comfort of the ground, Mike Cantley, and years gone by. So however exciting it is for the visitor economy, it's not turned my head, I have to say, for personal participation. So Rob, you're going to take us through the paper that we've got on this.
Thank you, DFM. Good morning, everybody. It hasn't turned my head either, but we'll maybe come on to that. You've got the paper. I'm just going to provide some words of introduction and perhaps background and context just prior to the discussion. Next slide. This slide reflects the conversation you've just had. It connects the regional economic policy review that government have undertaken through the partnership that you've just been talking about, the regional economic strategies and the delivery plans, growth deals and private sector investment on the left-hand side. But on the right-hand side is our National Tourism Strategy, Scotland Outlook 2030, with that emphasis on our vision that Scotland will be the leader in 21st century tourism by 2030. And of course, launched, unfortunately, a week before we were all locked down. It was a tricky period for the first 2 or 3 years of that strategy, but we feel much more confident, I think, now that things are returning to normality, and perhaps this conversation we should treat as an opportunity to be confident about the future of tourism and events, and particularly from our perspective presently, we would anticipate the summer coming up being much closer to what we all experienced in 2019, and perhaps ahead of where the projections were last year that it might take to 2025 to deliver international visitors back into Scotland in the volume that we had them. I think we would be disappointed if we didn't achieve that in the current year, which is 2 years ahead of where we thought we might be in the main part of the pandemic. Next slide. DFM, you've just mentioned growth deals, and as you rightly said, there's investment across the board in each of the growth deals for tourism. Worth pointing out, these numbers are not the total numbers of projects, but actually the public sector investment. And the reason I make that point is because the ability to connect that public sector investment into private sector investment has never been more important, given how challenged we are in terms of public sector finances. But we are increasingly pleased that the way in which these projects across Scotland, where they apply to tourism, as well as in the Highlands and Islands, are connecting through regional economic partnerships into genuine development of the tourist economy, the visitor economy, and new product being available for visitors is critically important. And that's as true for the authorities here and for the places represented here today as it is anywhere else in Scotland. But again, the progress being made is very positive. I was in Elgin last week and saw and discussed with officials there some of the developments in the Murray Cultural Quarter, and I think that is a really good example of where something pretty different is going to be provided in that part of the country, and I think those sorts of initiatives are welcome. And of course Inverness Castle is nearing fruition, and I think again will be very welcome in the city centre there. Next slide. We are. Yep, that's coming. The paper emphasises the change that we think needs to be brought about in delivering Outlook 2030, and this slide, and really if I asked you to focus for the tourism part on anything today, it would be this notion of reframing success, to try and spread tourism in a different way around the country, to make sure that the spend that we achieve from visitors is much more locally rooted than perhaps was the case in the past. Of course, that visitor economy development supports our sustainability ambitions, primarily around net zero, but other facets as well. But that it satisfies not just the visitor, but actually the community who are hosting that visitor and, of course, the businesses who are making that money. And that's quite a big step and quite a big change in terms of thinking. And, of course, in the context of events as well, that's important. Your, next slide, please. Your market value as the Highlands and Islands is undiminished by the pandemic. You remain the place that is most searched for. You remain the place that is highest up the list in terms of awareness with international visitors and domestic visitors, and the strength of that piece that's been developed through the Spirit of the Highlands and Islands, and that project is just one small example of how strong that brand is in the marketplace. And of course, there's many, many different ways that that's represented, and I don't need to dwell on that. Next slide, please. There we go. We were particularly keen to take the opportunity, as agreed by the convention last time, to just say something about events and the importance of events. Scotland's the perfect stage for events. It's the national strategy that's in place and has been for some time, internationally recognised, and of course it has allowed us to bring many, many international events to Scotland, and most notably, as you indicated, DFM, the UCI World Championships this summer. The strategic context, the policy document, is being updated, and with perfect timing on Friday, it was launched by the Government and Event Scotland for national consultation. So the consultation is now live for the review of Scotland, the perfect stage, and we certainly hope that this conversation and the work that then goes on provides a very useful opportunity for people to feed in and update our thinking on that strategy. The event sector actively contributes towards the ambition of not just the visitor economy, but the whole economy. It is connected directly through Scotland Outlook 2030 and on to NSET, and we recognise how important it is as a part of that economic development. And of course, in supporting Scotland's events, as the paper makes clear, we have a very well established Team Scotland approach. It has brought a wide range of events, from the globally significant to the much more local, and the paper sets out the emphasis on those annual events. For you in the Highlands and Islands, the most significant annual major event is the UCI Mountain Bike World Cup at Nevis Range. That's taken place for 20 years now, every year at Fort William, brings as many as 25,000 visitors to the area, 40% of which come from outside of Scotland. So again, that's a significant pool, and it contributes about 3.5 million to GVA. Fair to say the event's future is not secure, and I don't mean that in any sense it's under threat, but we are at a stage of having to bid against increasingly tough competition, and I think what that does is signify just how challenging the marketplace is in competing for these events, and therefore the importance of having a clear view from participating authorities and others as to how that can be supported and taken forward is critically important. We know how challenging the marketplace is, and it will undoubtedly require increased and broader support, including that financial infrastructure and operational investment from partners who are here today. The strategy consultation seeks a wide range of views, and it would be good to touch on some of that today, and we certainly encourage you to take the opportunity to respond to the consultation in the coming months. And then finally, just in concluding, the next slide, please. Just something specific about UCI World Championships, 3rd to 13th of August this year. Biggest, most important cycling event there has been, so more participants in the Commonwealth Games. First time that world cycling has been brought together in this way to compete across the whole panoply of events. And the aspiration is to be very much a purpose-led event, contributing to that wide range of policy areas that we think cycling already contributes to, and that's why Scottish ministers were so supportive about hosting that here. The purpose and action set out, this will be almost impossible to read, but the details are covered in the paper. But the widespread of how we think this can help with the delivery of so much of our public health and also sport and community endeavours is important. The events span the whole of Scotland. Next slide, please. So from Fort William up here in the Highlands and Islands, right down to Scottish Borders, Dumfries and Galloway, with the main events hosted in Glasgow, but it is genuinely a Scottish-wide, a Scotland-wide world-class event, which is significant. It's led, next slide please, to a raft of venue improvements that are either well underway or just being embarked on for August. And we know that not only will these be important for August, but also for providing that bedrock of future event capacity that we want as well as much needed investment in infrastructure that benefits day-to-day use as well. And that demonstrates very conclusively the spread of the fund that's been put in place for benefiting communities. So widespread across all areas, and the details are included in the paper. Probably as much as I need to say, but we've hoped that, final slide, sorry. We hope that the paper and the opportunity to discuss the potential of not just tourism, but particularly events, and that combination of what Visit Scotland do and Event Scotland is particularly important in this part of the country, and it's a useful opportunity to reflect on where we are. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rob. It's fascinating, a very welcome series of investments and commitments. So any comments, reflections from colleagues around the table on some of these themes? Yes, Raymond.
It always needs somebody to go first, and I'm quite happy to be that person. Thanks, Rob. You've referred a few times in there about events and key events that are going on in the Highlands and Islands areas, but definitely within the local authority of the Highlands. And you can see the potential that has that there still is within the Highlands and Islands, because of the fact that we have come through a period of COVID, and there's been this realisation that open space is safe, and that open space is a fantastic place to be. And once the people have come into these areas, they realise that they actually like it and they want to come back, and therefore it's the sustainability is there as well. It's understanding and realising the challenge that brings to local authorities. I don't think you're going to be surprised for me to say that, because when you look at sustaining the like of the mountain bike championships, which, as the paper says, relates to, is becoming ever more challenging. There are others who are wanting in on the act as well, and that means that the Highland Council and the partners that provide that have to up their game. But yet you see that also as well with the NC 500 and how popular that's become, and the realisation on local authorities that the investment requirement is actually heightened. It's not, and that position is one that maybe local authorities have not actually been catering for or providing for, because the necessity was not realised a number of years ago, pre-COVID, for that to actually take place. It was nice to work towards it, but maybe not at a pace that has now been that now is required. And so when you're relating to partnership working, as you do in your paper and also in your presentation, it's the understanding, especially when you honed in on and you dropped it just in at the end of one of your lines where it was financially, but that is the key challenge, because as infrastructure and as the provision of facilities heighten at the same time as local authorities are challenged in terms of providing core service, that's where the reliance on an increasing amount of partnership working and an increasing amount of partners is required to be able to deliver these projects and to be able to see the sustainability of the income generated within the economy, not necessarily income for a local authority, but for the local authority's economy in key areas. So it's just that's what I'd just like to acknowledge in terms of the visitor economy going forward. There are going to be challenges for local authorities in terms of seeing that as one of the key areas for sustainability within their communities. while we're having to concentrate on core service supply. Thanks.
Thanks, Raymond. Yeah, Alistair.
Reading the paper, Rob, I just thought it was massively inspiring. You get the sense now there are parts of Scotland that compete with places like, I don't know, Chamonix or Uri in Colorado as being adventure sports capitals. I think alongside that, there's a great opportunity to build supply chains around outdoor businesses and view that as a big priority as well. I think there's a lot of growth there in terms of employment and selfishly from a UHI point of view, opportunities to attract people that want to be part of that growth in outdoor sport. So I think it's fantastic, and I get the sense that although we've made a lot of progress, there's still a real dividend there around building and that reputation.
Thanks, Alistair. Emma?
Thanks very much, and thanks for your presentation, Rob. I suppose just some thoughts from me. Although these big-scale events are really exciting, and we're very much looking forward to hosting the tall ships this summer, big events like that have real challenges for small areas because of capacity. So we already know that there's nowhere for people to stay, so we can't get more people in. And I think we shouldn't lose sight of some of those smaller events that we hold. So the regular events like Wool Week, the Folk Festival, although they're not big globally, they actually are really important to our economy, and they spread that tourist period for much longer. So Wool Week's in October, and that has been a real welcome to have that back. So I just don't want to lose sight of how important those smaller scale events are, especially when you have capacity issues in islands like ours. Thanks.
Good. Let me just make one point to follow up Emma's observation, which I very much understand and agree with. And I suppose it's to ensure that that sentiment is reflected in some of the thinking about the development of the event strategy, because, you know, if Shetland had, you know, several events during the year of a modest scale, if we call them that, that will create some greater incremental impact. I'm struck in the discussions that we've had in the project board on the Stornoway water port, some really interesting work which HIE were reporting on at the last board meeting about how the advent of more cruise business coming into the Western Isles because of the construction of the port is now triggering a business reaction within the community of essentially building up capacity to cope with that. But events can have the same motivating effect, because it gives people a bit more confidence about how they can invest to be able to reap some of the rewards of different events coming forward. So I think ensuring those, yes, the large-scale events are reflected in the programme, but also a large number of smaller events also provide some of the sustainability during a longer period. So that's a really important point. Mary?
Thank you. Just want to say all your photographs must have been taken on one day, a day like this.
It's days like this, it never rains, you know that. Visit Scotland slides show that all the time.
I'm here today as chair of Borton Gaelic, and really liked your presentation, and particularly the role of the Highlands and Islands in tourism. The importance of Gaelic cannot be understated, and particularly we're talking about bringing world events and so on. Over lockdown, over 1 million people engaged with Gaelic over Duolingo, and that's really important. Not all of them will become true Gaelic speakers, but there is an interest there, and I'm confident that some of the people that will come to all these events will have brushed with Gaelic. So I would ask, please don't forget. And Gaelic needs to be normalised everywhere, and it's just congratulations on all that lovely work. But Gaelic, particularly in the region of COHI, contributes hugely to the economy. And also at this moment, I want to thank all of you here who talked the talk about Cnochsoliad for a long time, but particularly you've all come and walked the walk by being here today. And that's what will stick with you, is taking the journey to places like this and what it does to the soul and to the spirit and to everything. So please don't forget the role of Gaelic as you go forward. And many thanks.
Thanks, Maya. Any other comments? Stuart?
Yes,
Or-
thanks,
or-
DFM. It's
sorry.
just to mention to Rob the role that HIE plays in often supporting a lot of events, both local and regional. And I think you also alluded to work that Jo and her team have been doing with the local community around the cruise ship opportunity that's coming to Lewis. I think the other thing that we're trying to do is make sure that the Fort William area is as competitive as possible going forward. So we have been assisting Nevis Range with quite a bit of investment, a new hotel, for example, at the Nevis Range facility. So we're determined to try and retain that World Cup event in 2024, and we'll continue to work in partnership with Rob and with the council on making that happen.
Thanks, Stuart. James, then I'll come to Paul.
Yeah, thank you very much, DFM. Delighted to hear of these events, and I think what's really important is that we build legacy beyond them. And I'm particularly interested in the cycling option, and I saw it crept in that we're having an event. Chris Hoy is coming to open our museum, but at the same time we're trying to make people aware that there's a fantastic island to cycle on, because we've got to distribute people further and further from the centre to get the biggest bang for our buck. And I think we really need to work on legacy from all of these things to make sure we don't just run an event and end up with a deficit, but we run an event that has a continuum into the future to bring people. We no longer can get people, we can no longer get cars on our ferries, but we'll be able to get as many bikes on as we want. So I think we really need to look to see how we can boost things, because our ferries are over capacity. You can't get more people to Hoy at the height of the summer. So we're looking for a bit of legacy, and I'm looking to the people here on my right to support into that future to keep the legacy going after we've had an event. Thank you.
Thanks, James. Paul?
Yeah, just I want to echo a lot of the comments, but I won't repeat them. What Emma was saying about the smaller events is really important to us, and I think national bodies being supportive, open and accommodating in terms of what we can actually achieve in the Highlands and Islands. For example, the Ale and Dorica Festival, we're taking forward the Midnight Sun Festival, which is coming to the Islands. So I think just being supportive and realising that we can take these things forward. We can build Croxillier in the middle of a bog and Dalibra. So there's things we can do if we're supported. So, so yeah, that was my main point, though, and I suppose I'm going to try and take it back to housing, because it's going to be a substantive issue later on. Benefits in the visitor economy are great, but they have to be balanced against the disbenefits, loss of accommodation. So in the private rented sector specifically, so it's far easier to convert a house into a visitor accommodation, for example, than to try and satisfy complex requirements of being a private landlord. So it's just something we need to be aware of. Absolutely, visitor economy is really important. It's attracting people to these islands, but it's the effect it has on the people who live in the islands. Hardest is probably one of the areas where we see that, especially in the Western Islands anyway, people are struggling to actually live in the communities where it's such a great tourist offering. So just want to raise that point.
Thanks, Paul. Important perspective. Okay, any other comments? Okay, Rob, do you want to add anything just to close off?
Yep, thank you. And of course, the challenge in trying to reflect all that's going on across the whole area of the Highlands and Islands is hugely difficult. We acknowledge wherever we go with the work we do at Visit Scotland how critically important that partnership support is. And I think in the context of refreshing the national event strategy, that partnership work will be even more important. So Councillor Brenner's early points reflected by many others about the strength of that partnership work and the need to get that to be coherent and to build that in as part of how Scotland the Perfect Stage is delivered, I think should be reflected in what has been said here and in the responses that hopefully you will provide to the consultation. Two or three smaller points, I think. As somebody who was a council officer for quite some period before joining Visit Scotland, the planning and the time period in which the capital plan is thought about is more important now than perhaps it has ever been. And I think if we can link the regional economic strategies to the economic development opportunities that Alistair referred to, and I think, Alistair, your points are very, very well made in terms of what the opportunity is, then it will give us the business case as to why those capital plan investments should be made. And I think the growth deals have done a great service in supporting how that work can be done and showing the way ahead. And more of that should flow if we can get the regional economic strategies across Scotland, but particularly here, to be focused in the right way. The balance between national events, international events, global events and small events, and the part they play in seasonal spread cannot be overstated. Themed years have been valuable input in the recent past. There aren't any planned at present. In part, that's because of the disruption of COVID, and in part, it's the reality of where funding is. But I think it's something that, again, in feeding back in the consultation, it would be sensible if you thought that that was an opportunity to be continued to pursue that in the responses that you give. Linking that ability of small events and seasonal events to the reframing success slide and how we get spread and different spend is a critical point to make. I think those are probably the points that I would highlight.
Thanks very much, Rob. It's a very helpful discussion, and obviously there's a good series of opportunities that arise out of this, both in terms of the significant national events, but also the impact on localities and how we need to build up capacity around about that. So thank you for that. We'll now move on to the next item, which is a discussion on ferries. I'm very pleased the Transport Minister is here, Jenny Goruth, and I'll ask Jenny to open up the conversation, and then we'll take comments and contributions from colleagues.
Thank you, DFM, and good morning to everyone. It's lovely to be here. I see McCreary sat around the table here, and I'm wondering if we might be distantly related. The last time I was here, the time before that, I think was with my mum doing my family tree, looking at my distant roots that I've spoken to, I think, Mary McInnes about before in the Western Isles. So lovely to be here. I'm joined today by Ranald and by Roddy. So you will both know Ranald very well from High Trans, no doubt, but Roddy is our new head of ferries in Transport Scotland. So good opportunity for him today to talk to some of the work behind the island's connectivity plan. Now, DFM and I were meeting with Gail Robertson before the meeting started in discussion with some of the challenges faced on the network at the current time. It won't come as a surprise to most folk in the room. There are a number of challenges on the network, but there are also some positives, and I just want to highlight those. In the last year, particularly alone, we've seen investment in the 2 new vessels that will be coming to Isla. We've also managed to commission an additional 2 new vessels that will serve the Little Minch routes, which I think is really important because we'll have a level of standardisation in the fleet that we've never seen before. We also took a decision to freeze ferry fares. I think that was the right thing to do, given the disruption that island communities have faced in recent times. And more recently, and in good news, I think, we managed to secure the charter of the MV Alfred last week. So I think that was welcome news. Now, the paper in front of you today, paper 5, talks to some of the other elements within the island's connectivity plan. The draft long-term plan was published back in December. That went out to public consultation. And I think Ranald and Roddy are going to say a little more on that. But I'm really keen to hear points from members today on some of the challenges, no doubt. There are a number of vessels currently facing challenges. I think you will all be well cited on those vessels, but I'm happy to take questions on those. But also I think the opportunities, because we have investment coming. And I think that's an opportunity really to reframe some of the discussion around about ferries provision. And the other point I wanted to make is there's a gentleman I think sat at the back here, saw him earlier on, Mr. Campbell, who is leading our work there on Project Neptune. Now, Project Neptune published at the start of September and really gives us an opportunity to look again at the tripartite arrangements in relation to the role of Transport Scotland, the role of CalMac, the role of CMAL as well on behalf of Scottish ministers. So I think a real opportunity to shake things up and do things differently, and Mr Campbell has been leading on some of the really important community consultation work that sits alongside Neptune, so I'm looking forward to receiving his report in the not too distant future. So I'm going to pause there and pass over to Ranald and Roddy to talk to paper 5.
Okay, thank you, Minister. I would just really mention in the paper the Islands Connectivity Plan. So that replaces the ferry plan published in 2012, but it will be wider, looking at aspects such as aviation and fixed links, as well as ferries in terms of total transport solutions. So a lot of work will be done over the course of the next year on that. We're really keen to involve the organisations in this room in the discussions on that. We're also really keen to involve communities and the big community needs assessment done as part of that. As the Minister said, the long-term plan for vessels and ports is a really key part of that in terms of the vessels that are coming forward. As part of that, there's a carbon reduction plan, and as we get into our small vessel replacement programme, electrification of those smaller kind of 40-metre type vessels is a real possibility and opportunity there. Part of it will be a fares policy review, linking into the wider fares fare review that Transport Scotland is doing, also looking at onward and connecting travel as well. So all of that will set the strategic kind of direction, working with organisations like yourself and communities for ferries and other aspects of rural transport going forward. And it also feed into the re-tendering of the Clyde and Hebrides ferries contract, which comes up in 2024, and also inform how we take that forward as well. So yeah, just really keen to hear views of members in the room. I'll pass over to Ranald just to say a couple of words as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Roddy. I was just going to touch on the reference in the paper to Hightrans COHI Mobility as a Service platform, just to underline that that tool has now arrived for ferry, the first such arrival in the UK as well, when Northlink became one of the modes of travel available through that app. And I would really commend people to maybe look at the app, use it for your travel. I'll take my cue from Councillor Stockin. I learned to do that a number of years ago, but he has made the point that the part of the ferry that often fills up fastest is the vehicle deck. So mobility as a service is a tool that is designed to bring convenience to the customer so that they can plan without the car. It allows you to take a bus, a train, a plane, a bike, and a ferry in the case of Northlink, and we're looking to take that further for other ferry services, so conscious of keeping to the purpose of the paper. We've had dialogue with other ferry operators. I think Orkney Ferries is likely to be the next. Whether we're there in time for Hoy on Hoy, I don't know, but we've been having a look at their current, still legacy, I think, it's fair to say, ticketing system, booking system, but also with an eye to the future as well, and engaged with the process of dialogue around a new booking system. So really grateful to OIC for that, and very open to doing more of that. But I do think in terms of a tool, it's certainly no solution to everything about our challenges around ferry services, but it'll certainly make it easier for people to find that they might not have to travel by car and leave a bit of space for somebody who really does have to. So hopefully that will be the biggest impact that it can bring for ferry service, and I'll stop at that now.
Thanks very much, Ronald and Roddy. So let's open up contributions from colleagues. Yes, Andrew, first of all.
I'm fairly new to this from a political stance, but I'm an islander of quite an age, as you can probably guess. But it seems to me from reading and listening in that the Scottish Government strategy for economic prosperity in the future is predicated largely on the Highlands and Islands. If you look at the opportunity for aquaculture, offshore wind, tidal energy, hydrogen, and on, but particularly we talk about tourism. But it's underpinned by the roadways, and the roadways in the Western Isles are the seaways. Now, we're talking about tourism. We're starting to have an effect now where tourism has been damaged because of the ferry situation. Now, the 580 million investment is hugely welcome. But if you put it in the context of comparing it with roads, the seaways in the Clyde and Hebrides are about 440 kilometres. Now, if you put that in the road building context, 2021 figures for 1 kilometre was 12.8 million. If we just take 10, because I'm a simple Moloch, I can only count in numbers, that's 4.4 billion for the equivalent in roads. And that's just the main routes, not the islands networks. If you add in the Northern Link, it's another 5.5 billion. So when you look at it in that context, 580 million is not a lot. And it seems to me it's considered as a subsidy rather than what it should be if we're looking at the economic future as an investment. And if we don't buy, as a suggestion in the interim, second-hand tonnage that can be sold on later while a strategy is implemented, we're not going to have the same tourism. You're starting to have people fall away now. You're not going to have the interconnectivity that we're looking for in the island's connectivity plan. That's just not going to happen. And depopulation is going to continue. So the Highlands and Islands, and everyone I've talked to in these groups, all want, from a self-interested perspective, to make sure the Scottish Government strategy works. Now, I know there are challenges in engaging with communities, but I do think we need to do a lot better. We haven't got 5 years to fix the ferries.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, Andrew. Thank you. Other contributions? Matt?
I just wanted to make a very small point. I think we made it before. The ferries and the seaways are almost the roads for us. So particularly the young people who have access to free transport on the buses on the mainland of Scotland, it would make a huge difference to the young people here. We brought it up before. We understand it's difficult to administrate it, but I would ask again if that could be considered for the young people of all the islands up to the age of 23 to be given a travel on the ferry.
That's you know, I was involved in a discussion with the Young Islanders Network, and I can say these things in my kind of party moments, but some things are bleeding obvious. It's just so ministers are wrestling with that.
Yeah.
And if it's too difficult to administer, Mary, then heaven help us. Right. So there's policy on the hoof. Other contributions? Sorry.
Yeah. I'll make my contribution now because I know that everybody's waiting on James. I was even nodding at him there just now to see if he would raise his hand before me. There's no getting away. There's no getting away from this. The representation around the table here. These are the key communities that we're talking about that are the representatives of the communities. We're referring to these roadways by sea, but it's also similar for mainland communities who are challenged in peninsulas, and those peninsulas to many of those communities are peninsulas just as fragile as islands, and we have many of them in the Highlands. For me, it's not so much about the various different challenges that we have with different ferry services on different routes, which are very current and are very challenging for many of our island communities and for ourselves in Highland. But it's what Roddy said and his colleague there. It's not just about what's in the paper. That we are here to talk about the bigger vision, and you said about the strategy, the ferry strategy going forward, because that's key. If we have representation coming to us from Andrew in terms of what does the future look like in terms of finance and investment and understanding not just now about the challenges that we're having to deal with in the here and now, which are can cause us some real frustrations. It's understanding how that's going to look in the future. Is there hope? Is there some sort of ability to be able to understand that there's going to be a future for these islands and for these fragile communities on peninsulas, even on the mainland? The mainland connects, the island communities to the bigger picture and the bigger economy. So that to me is essential. I'll give you our own challenge in Highland. Many folks know about it, and by the way, it's not the ones that are not just the ones that are supported by government, but the private ones as well, the small ones, right across the whole country that are keeping small communities going. But in terms of the busiest ferry in Europe, which we have, crossing the Narrows at Corran, and in these challenging times, just exactly where do we see that going? How are we going to be able to service the Knoydart and the Knoydart peninsulas and all the peninsulas on the west there, Culhone and Mull and Malig and the small isles and all the challenges that they are as important to the whole ferry strategy and the whole picture as the island communities are. But there's no doubt about it. This is the bigger picture is still to be seen here, and sometimes when we look at the paper, and it's about what we're doing in the here and now, the ferry strategy going forward is most definitely key to maintaining and growing the populations and the economies of the Highlands and Islands. Thanks.
Thanks, Raymond. I'll take Emma and then Paul.
Thanks very much, Deputy First Minister. I think from Shetland's perspective, we're really glad to feel that we are now part of this process. It's felt like a long time the ferries were our responsibility, and it was a big responsibility to hold on your own as a small local authority. So we are very glad that we've got to a place where we feel like we are part of that collaborative work and where we do work together to find solutions. I know that there's a long way to go, but I think while we do that, working together for the best of our community will give us the best chance to find solutions. And we recognise it isn't easy, but we're very glad to have that seat at the table. So we're glad to see that. So thank you.
Thanks, Emma. Paul?
Thank you. I suppose it would be remiss of me not to mention the issues we've been having over the last few while. I thank our colleagues who managed to make it here, including some who went, they thought they were going via Uig, Oban, Ullapool, Oban, Ullapool. So, yes. So it kind of highlighted the issues that we're dealing with on a weekly basis, really. And when we're looking about confidence in the economy and the tourism and getting visitors here, and also businesses being able to operate throughout the islands, you know, the likes of Gail, the juggling act that she does, and I mean, the Robertsons, Ushstein's phone must be absolutely red hot, and has been for the last few weeks. He's dealing with so many different issues across the ferry network, just in the Western Isles. So, Minister, just thank you for your involvement and your approach over the last few hours. It's been very much appreciated, the fact that you've been coming and listening to us and talking to us. And I suppose the one point I really want to make is that in terms of long-term vessel deployment, plans, ports, etc., it's listening to the communities, and the work that Angus is doing, I think, is really vitally important to that. You know, there are solutions in some ways. I mean, I don't want to go over all grain, but at the last COHI, I raised the issue with the Sound of Barra, extra sailings adds resilience. Actually, we've done the socio-economic case. It makes sense to do it, but we've not taken it forward. So the communities are saying this is something that will actually help out the ferry operator, it will help out our community, but we're just not quite getting there. So I think going forward, it's kind of that recognition and then actually acting on what's being said. But again, I'll thank you for your input so far, so I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Paul. You come in? James?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the things that were said at the beginning of the meeting from yourself, Minister, about candour and being able to speak quite freely and frankly at this point. And I didn't want to leave the ferries on a sour note, but I must say I'm delighted for many of the communities that are getting a bit of progress. But I have to say, you know, I brought this up at the last COHI meeting, at the end of the meeting, to say that in 2017 we agreed a principle that people shouldn't move ahead until others reach the same bar. And I think that's really important, that we have a level playing field across the country. So I've got a number of things that I'm going to try and weave together here, which takes into place rather than whole area and things like that into what we've said. And I was absolutely gobsmacked in the last 2 weeks when the ferry, the Alfred, was going to be removed from our service, when we don't have any confidence that the Pendolina will be certified to come back on that route, which means we could for this summer miss 50% or 45% of the carrying capacity on that route. But it's possible we could have times when we lose 60% of the sailings across the Pentland Firth. And for us not to have been even engaged with, to be told of that announcement, was quite a challenge to our community. But that's not where it ends, because the real challenge is the Pentland Firth. Because it's the only service that we run, the Stromness service, that has been reduced in the whole of the last, since the ferries were put in place. So it's a diminished service from what it was before. There was a freight review led by the government more than 10 years ago, and there was one standout anomaly, which was the Stromness to Scrabster route. The freight there is twice the price that it costs on the hour-and-a-half journey than what it takes from Uig to Lochmaddy. So it costs twice as much to take freight on the Penteforth route than it takes to get to the Western Isles. That does seem rather strange. But we're the only route that doesn't get RET. After all these years, it costs people twice as much. Now, all of that would be, if it wasn't affecting an economy, that might be acceptable. But in the little town of Stromness now, all the hotels are for sale. The shops are closing. You can't get an evening meal all winter. The place is being, if there was tumbleweed, if tumbleweed could grow, it would be going through the street, but it doesn't grow in our area. I have a real concern, and this is why I value these meetings so much, when I can take this concern before you and say, why don't we get the national policy on RET? Why was that freight review never looked at when there's one serious, on every metric, that one route was a standout outside the framework of everywhere else? And when we have a town that the council and the Highlands and Islands and everybody are investing in to build a campus and things, the old traditional industry is absolutely crumbling before our eyes. And I'm delighted at the words you said about creating economic impact and making sure that place is done something with. So I'm appealing on the generosity of your last day policy on the hoof and all the things that have been said in this meeting, that some of these things have to be rectified, or else we will end up with a catastrophe. So thank you very much for listening.
Thanks, James. Alistair?
Yeah, just pick up a couple of things. One of the issues with what we've been trying to develop with HI is speaking to businesses and communities across the Highlands and Islands. And ferries, air transport come up as significant issues for businesses and communities. Stuart and I were lucky enough to have dinner with a local family last night, and they were talking about tourism, you know, the fact that a bus can't get on a ferry, probably big bus operator probably means that they don't come again in the future. So we're working away on these things. I think it's quite interesting because the Minister told me that as a Scottish Government agency I probably shouldn't be making too many comments about these things. But I actually want to work with the Minister, and I think she knows that. It's absolutely essential. And what I like about the approach that we're taking, and I would hate if Jenny Goruth actually was promoted this afternoon or tomorrow.
Might be demoted.
Well, I would hate that, I can tell you, because I think you've made a real effort to do things, both short term, which is really important, and you have reacted, probably more than any other Transport Minister I've seen. And I think you've also then looked at the medium and longer term, or looking at that just now. But I see big efforts being made, but they are important. I know you realise that. Everywhere you go, these are the conversations we have. Housing, transport are huge issues for us. But what I do like as well is the fact that you're looking for Project Neptune, that you're actually looking to challenge the agencies that are there. And I think that must be a nightmare, whether it's Transport Scotland, apologies to my colleague up here, or CMAL or CalMac, and you could probably throw another party into the room, which makes things difficult. But I know that we're trying to do these things, and I think the one thing, whether James has got issues that he wants policy in the hoof today, and whether he gets that or not, is that we want to work together to get solutions. I was that person that was going to Uig, that was sent to Ullapool, that was sent to Oban, that was sent to Ullapool, was sent to Oban, and then eventually got on at Ullapool in 2 days. The one thing where I was quite disappointed was that there was no attempt to make an apology at any point in that time. And I think things like that make a big difference if there's recognition. So there are a lot of good things being done, a lot of things we need to do, but I'm pretty sure that we can all work together to get an improving outcome. But Minister, despite the fact we've had differences occasionally, I would say, you know, that I think you're making a real effort, and I appreciate that.
Thanks, Alistair. Any other comments before Alan? Yes.
Not to rehearse the discussions around the Arran ferry, but again, just to thank the Minister for involvement in the Ardrossan Task Force, and it's pleasing to see that there's progress being made there at last. And I think from a North Ayrshire perspective, obviously we're keen to explore GOHI for the Clyde Islands as soon as possible, and keen to see the rollout of our tourists and bringing ferry bookings into the 21st century, which will be great progress. And if I could make one plea, it's for the restoration of the 6-month travel passes that are being removed as part of that, which are heavily used by commuters, certainly in our islands, certainly in the Clyde.
Thanks, Alan. Any other comments before we draw to a close? Let me say a few things before I ask Jenny to close. First of all, I think there is a, you know, these issues are absolutely fundamental to the sustainability of island communities. So, you know, that point is completely accepted within government, and obviously we're going through a pretty tricky period in relation to sustainability and reliability of services. And there's often, you know, I take a very, and have taken, an obsessively keen personal interest in these issues, much to the, I suspect, irritation of various transport ministers. But there are often a number of factors that come together that cause difficulties. It's not just the ferry, the vessels. It can be other developments that conspire to create difficulties. The weather has its part, infrastructure has its part, the vessels have their part, and all the rest of it. So, you know, there is a complicated picture here. I do accept the point that Alistair makes, that sometimes actually just facing up and saying, sorry, that wasn't good enough, actually goes a long way to acknowledge that there's a recognition of what is going on. And you know, Minister and I had a very valuable conversation before we started COHI this morning with a haulier in South Uist, just going through some of the practical issues. And it's not, I think actually, I think when you strip it all back, I think it'd be fair to say that she is able to get the material and goods moved and transported that she needs, but it's a great deal more difficult than it needs to be, and with a good bit of communication and engagement could be as a consequence of that engagement. So these are points that Minister will take away, and our officials will take away as well. I think the point that Andrew makes about investment is a crucial point, and you know, you know, you're probably gathering I'm trying to be as non-defensive as I possibly can be at this stage of my ministerial career. But you know, the government has actually, you know, the numbers speak for themselves. You know, when I've looked at these things to handle difficult days in the Scottish Parliament, the government's actually been investing more heavily in the ferry network than we've ever done in the past, and it's a rising curve. But that's because more folk want to come to the islands, and there's more demands, and it puts more pressure on, so it does need more investment. So and as we've recognised, as Paul recognised at the very outset, every single budget in life is under pressure. So there ain't no pot of gold that we're not currently accessing. Believe you me, I've emptied every pot of gold for the financial settlement for next year that I possibly can do. But you know, so there has been sustained investment, and there is. I'm confident there's now a very good investment flow coming forward with the 2 vessels that we expect to get from Ferguson's, and you know, that's undoubtedly slowed up our procurement process, and then the 4 vessels that are coming from the Turkish yard, which will enhance the Clyde and Hebrides ferry network and get us into a position of sustainability. I hear James's point about the Alfred, and I acknowledge the unease that will cause, but you know, we are pressed to maximise other options to enhance tonnage, and the government has actually tried a number of different interventions to procure tonnage on the open market. We managed to get access to MV Arrow for freight services. We tried to get another vessel, but were unsuccessful in the bidding process. We tried to buy the Arrow as well, and were unsuccessful in the bidding process there. And we are, so we're looking at options to try to give us some greater resilience, because we do acknowledge we've got limited results. Alan's points about the Arran route, the Arran route's severely compromised just now because of the maintenance issues with the Caledonian Isles. So we are, so I would appeal for a little bit of tolerance about the fact that we are having to move every muscle to try to get solutions in place. But I think a good bit of dialogue with interested parties is critical. I am very keen, and I've been taking steps to make sure this is entrenched within government, and ensuring that our approach to ferry replacement, particularly in the area of smaller vessels, is not just restricted to our interests around about the Clyde and Hebrides services, but also includes the inter-island ferries in the Northern Isles, in Orkney and Shetland. And I think that's actually a really important process that we've now got in place that will help us to create some economic value for that, but also to strengthen services in these areas as well. And as Roddy made the point, there's the dialogue is much wider than just about ferries and other options. And the final point I want to make is just about the Minister, because, I see in all the kind of traffic that I look at, just the degree of personal engagement she's putting into listening to communities and trying to put in place fixes. And that's critical. We'll have to have, ministers must be close to these issues, and there hasn't been a minister closer to this than Jenny. Jenny, you want to close up on any other points that you want to raise there?
Thanks, EFM. I wanted just to go back to Ranald's point. Ranald made a point about the mobility as a service work that you've been undertaking, and I was in Inverness to see some of that work and the app in practice. I think it's a really helpful tool. I don't know if you've managed to get CalMac signed up to it yet. I don't know. Keep working on that. But in terms of our fair fares review, that app, that approach to joining up transport journeys, I think is really pivotal to where we go next. And I hope that that work will be used to inform the fair fares review very much, because, and I would really encourage everyone to have a look at the app on Ranald's phone. He'll let you have a shot, as he did with me earlier this year. But I think that approach to allowing people to plan their journeys, particularly in this part of the world, really gives us a chance to kind of transform how people use public transport. Now, Andrew raised a number of points that I know that the DFM has touched on. And, I think it is important to point to the increased number of sailings we have, the increased number of vessels we now have. The network is completely transformed from where it once was. And I think that is important we reflect that. And if you look at the trajectory, additionally, of traffic going to the islands, I think we've had an increase in over 1 million visitors since 2007. So we've seen significant changes in relation to the capacity being carried by our vessels, but also, I suppose, capacity, the numbers of people going to our islands. And that's a good thing for island communities, and we want to sustain that. And undoubtedly, the DFM spoke to some of the challenge we face politically as a government here. And I think the politicisation of ferries, if I may say so, as an issue in the chamber, but more broadly, has been challenging to some of the offer in relation to tourism. But also we've seen sometimes, and actually I think we saw this on Arran last year, reporting which didn't necessarily reflect the accurate situation. So suggestion, I think it was last May Day bank holiday weekend, that the island was shut for business, when in actual fact we still had one vessel running on the main route and the Loch Ranza route was still open. So that's quite important, I think, in terms of how people look at our island communities. And I want to help to encourage a more positive view of ferry provision in Scotland, because we do have a good story to tell underneath it, notwithstanding some of those challenges. Now, Raymond, and also on the point about second-hand tonnage, I know the DFM has rehearsed this. I'd just like to say on the record, if I could have found a second-hand ferry in the last year and a bit, I would have taken it. It's really, really challenging to get second-hand tonnage that fits our ports. All of our ports are very different. A lot of them are quite old. So we need to have vessels that suit those ports. We do have, of course, the Loch Freesia. She came on the Oban to Craignaur route back in Oban now, in June now. So I think that was a welcome development. We need to keep doing that. And obviously the DFM alluded to another vessel that we had bid for too, actually, in the last year alone, which we were unsuccessful in securing. Now Raymond talked about that future look, and I think actually that's, sorry, it's Paul actually, no, it's Raymond. I'll come to you in a minute. Raymond spoke about the kind of future look and what that will look like, and giving people, I think, certainty and also a bit of hope. That things are coming. And actually the draft plan sets that out in a bit more detail, and I think that's helpful. But I think there's also more we can do here with communicating that to local communities so they understand that this is coming. Emma and James, of course, mentioned some of the collaboration that we've been involved with through the DFM's work, which I think is really important. James, I hear your concerns in relation to the Alfred and on communication and engagement. We'll certainly take that away as an important point. In relation to freight fares, now Roddy will correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's been looked at through the Fair Fares Review additionally. And on RET, unless Roddy has a further update, the challenge there has been in relation to e-subsidy rules. As you know, some of that work was paused during COVID. It has restarted, but I think we will need to look at it because I recognise the differences that exist in your part of the world that don't exist where we are here. And actually, the government has contributed significant funding to help provide that RET provision across this part of the world, and it has helped to increase, of course, passenger flow additionally. I don't know if you want to come back.
Look, I want to come back in on the freight, which I think is really critical, because we have so much freight going on the North Sea routes between Orkney, Shetland and Aberdeen. And if we priced the routes on the Scrabster to Scrumners properly, we would release freight from the other route and therefore end in a position where the Shetland would have not the same restriction on the freight, and it would save us a fortune. We really need to look at this in the round. There are many ways to deploy vessels in better configurations to get better use of the vessels we have, to lower our carbon footprint. But the most important thing is my community can no longer go on year after year being disadvantaged by not having RET when everywhere else in Scotland has it. And our community can no longer remain economically active if our freight is twice the price it is in other parts of Scotland. So we can't wait for years for reviews. This is policy everywhere else. We need to make sure it becomes policy for our island group too, as soon as is practical. Thank you.
Okay, I very much hear you, James. The Fair Fares Review is to conclude, I think, in the summer, so it won't be years. But on the point about RET, we'll take that away, Roddy, as an update, because...
And we'll come back to you direct on that.
Yeah, well, I have a meeting in the diary with Roddy on Thursday, so there's plenty of time between now and then. and I'm really keen that there's a ministerial steer before lunchtime, so that we actually make sure that it's embedded in the position, because we have waited.
I'm now going to have to stop you from asking unreasonable things of government, and I ask for just a little bit of tolerance that life is going to be slightly volatile for the next 48 hours or so.
So Paul raised some of the issues locally with UG, and you know, Paul, I've been very much involved in the resilience calls around about UG. The original proposal was for a 6-month closure. I'm still of the view that splitting it and condensing it into shorter outage periods was the right thing to do. But of course, we've now had 2 separate delays, and there'll be another resilience call this afternoon, I understand, with partners, hopefully looking to reopen tomorrow. But the meeting that I've just had with the Deputy First Minister and Gail Robertson gives me some concern about communications, and Alistair rehearsed some of the challenges he faced. We face similar challenges travelling up, being redirected to many different various places. But this seems to be a consistent theme in some of the messaging. And the one thing that I found really helpful in the last year and a bit as Transport Minister is pulling communities together with the operator to try and extract where the lay of the land is and the truth, to make sure folk understood what was happening. Because sometimes it's not necessarily the version of events that I hear from the operator, if I may say so. So I think that's important, and I think there will be more work that Transport Scotland will need to undertake on ensuring that communication improves, whether there's an outage or a planned outage, or whether it's a technical breakdown, or whether weather's impacted on sailings. Everybody understands that these things happen on the network. But it is about, I think, folk understanding and being told in advance of these things, if that's possible, to plan accordingly. And the last point, I think, it was Alistair's point about working together to get solutions. That's very much been my approach throughout this. I think we need to do more of that. Communications need to improve, yes, from CalMac, but also from Transport Scotland, also from government. Part of that work, I think, is ultimately going to inform by Mr Campbell's work, because I think Angus Campbell's work is really fundamental to where we get to in terms of the improvements we need to see in relation to the delivery of services, yes, but actually how passengers, you know, folk who live in our island communities actually experience the network. So thank you. I think that's probably a neat summary and a nice place to end.
Thanks very much, Jenny. I think there's very important issues here, and the government takes them seriously. We're trying to focus on finding solutions, and the Minister is, as I say, deeply engaged in that dialogue to bring people together to make sure they can be resolved. So I give you that assurance that in all communities, whether it's in Arran or Argyll or Highland or Orkney, Shetland, Western Isles, all those different geographies will be. Murray doesn't have a stake in this venture, but not yet anyway, Kathleen. So let's. So we'll give you I'll give you the assurance of that dialogue. So that's been helpful indeed. And we'll now take a short break. There's tea and coffee, I think, down the corridor there. If I could ask folk to maybe get a tea and coffee and then come back, and we'll just press on. So if we could have a short break, we'll do that. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll make a start.
Just need to leave it for the time being.
For all of his life, despite the fact he lived in here.
Okay, we'll make a start, please, folks. Thank you. We've got two items before we're going to break for some lunch, and the first of those items is on the Gaelic language, and the other is on repopulation, and there is, of course, a very deep connection between both of these questions. And we meet in surroundings which are illustrative of the importance of encouraging and motivating the use and the appreciation of the Gaelic language at Coxollier. So it's no finer setting for this gathering to take place. So I'll invite Shona McLennan, the Chief Executive at Bord na Gaelic, to open up the contribution. Shona.
Met een les vrije finisher agus koopbruggen. Ze geet allemaal bevallen as leefwoord na Gaelic tang a horse de wijster swinny. A ha wie whole later munachanen agus koopter. She feared Joe Harwich gan na Gaelic a hound agus hashin and dool can be a fen fosh agus codaman gus rutinelia yanab is joy and dew. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Deputy First Minister, on behalf of Bord na Gaelic and all the Gaelic organisations for your championing of the language and culture throughout your time in office. It is very much appreciated. I'm going to speak very briefly about the key points that were in the paper presented to you. That's focusing on the demand for Gaelic and the opportunities that Gaelic brings. There is a change in how Gaelic is perceived across Scotland. Last year's social attitude survey demonstrated that the majority of people in Scotland are supportive of the language, that more people are able to speak some Gaelic, and that the key to this change are the positive attitudes of young people and an increasing awareness of the language. There is growth in demand for Gaelic medium education in islands and rural areas and in towns and cities. There are educational opportunities and demand in further and higher education. There has been phenomenal growth in adult learning. Mary mentioned the numbers involved in Duolingo. Over the last 3 years, 1.5 million people have engaged in learning, and that's compared to a speaker base of some 83,000 people in the census, in the 2011 census. That is the phenomenal rate of interest. Speak Gaelic, the multi-platform Gaelic language learning initiative with the BBC and Solmore and partners has had some 400,000 users in the 12th month to the end of January. And one of the key factors in increased support for Gaelic is increased awareness. And BBC Alba and Radio Nangale are crucial to this. They, in turn, are a major economic driver in the creative industries who interpret and portray Gaelic language and culture. Furthermore, Gaelic tourism can drive greater economic impact and use for the language. And coming to the islands, Gaelic is still in regular use in some communities, and its use needs to grow, its visibility increased, and both confidence and skills need developed. All of this is within the context of the next Gaelic language plan, the Scottish Government taking forward a new Scottish languages bill, and the forthcoming report from the Short Life Working Group on Economic and Social Issues for Gaelic Communities. And today we would welcome a discussion on how bodies round the table envisage that they can maximise these opportunities offered to grow skills, confidence, economy and usage all through Gaelic, and particularly in the island and rural areas. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Shona. Very welcome comments in relation to the Gaelic language. Can I invite contributions on the paper from colleagues? Raymond, you go first, thanks.
Yes, thank you, and I'm sure that nobody will mind if I respond. And you said about using the language there just now. It's on the paper, a hack in you, yn diw, agus sma bi yn iawn o sio, son y hir dwyd ddiwf gosna, fi fi trich gan y diwys ach sio hir dwyd y ddami
Alcher yn dwy.
Agus cwtioch, na neach ys y ffebyr y sio ywsoch ma, gan y gadig, agus cwtioch na corman y fysacin ynish, agus cwtioch sias y rad. Thanks very much for the paper, Shona, get out of the Gaelic mode now and go back into English. The paper gives us lots of that word I used earlier on, Jenny, hope, in terms of where we're going with the language, where the Scottish Government's investment is coming round, very much so, in terms of the pathways and the opportunities for Gaelic to be used and to be spoken and to be seen to be used and spoken and to be visual. And I absolutely believe that that's going to carry on down the road. You're saying there just now that these opportunities are manifest and they are being picked up on in some of our authorities, certainly in Highland. We are still number one pro capita. Glasgow's hot on our heels, but we are still holding on to that position in terms of GME. Going forward, you amongst many others recognise the challenges that face local authorities like ourselves in terms of going forward with the GLP4 and how we are going to be able to deliver on our aspirations. For me, it stems at Gaelic medium education, in its infancy, because whilst we're producing fluent native new Gaelic speakers, that's a really key word, new Gaelic speakers. Here on this island and these islands, it's the position is that young children can be born into the language, whereas in areas in the Highlands they are not born into the language. We are cultivating that community. Which I think is really good for the Highlands. That's exactly what the Scottish Government are looking for, new Gaelic speakers. But with that comes the challenge of being able to provide for that. And you've touched on it lightly in the paper, but it's well known to the Scottish Government the challenges that exist there. In the central belt of Scotland, it's easy or easier, and certainly in the Western Isles, where intuitively, but also naturally, there are Gaelic speakers who are able to fulfil the roles that are essential in providing that resource. Whereas in Highland, we find it really difficult, and that's not just in Highland. We know it's in other local authority areas where it's not indoctrinated in the culture of that local authority area. But we are moving forward with it. But particularly so up in the rural areas of Highland. We have now got born and bred fluent Gaelic children who've been born and bred in Caithness. Now, if that's not an achievement I've ever heard, I remember many years ago when we tried to bring the national mod to Caithness, the challenges that we faced, and yet we now have Gaelic-speaking children from Croylican right through to high school age. So I'd really impress on government and agencies and partners in being able to realise just exactly what more can we do, and we're happy to work at that, to be able to make sure that local authorities who are signing up and promoting Gaelic language plans at various stages can do so with confidence that we can contribute to Gaelic-speaking communities, but also to the greater aspirations of that, which is boosting the economy and everything that comes along with the Gaelic economy, which I absolutely believe is understated. I'm still trying to convince my convener friend here that it is much bigger than maybe than he thinks. And one of these days I'm going to manage to get him to introduce himself in Gaelic, but council might be finished by this term before that happens. So, but I'm still working on it. So, thanks very much. Thank you, Hionak. I guess Taplish. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Raymond. Stuart.
Yes, thanks, DFM. Just to say, we're updating our current Gaelic language plan at the moment, and we've had very good feedback from Bord na Gaelic. I think in terms of economic impact, there's clearly significant impact from things like creative industries, but I also think tourism offers a lot of opportunity, and there's clearly interest from overseas visitors, but also Scots and other UK visitors in Gaelic and learning the language as they come to communities such as this. I think another important feature is that we need to create more jobs in these communities, and we've been doing some of that directly. We've created 4 new posts in our office in Linnacleet, and that encourages Gaelic speakers, a number of them are Gaelic speakers, that encourages them to stay and work in their community. So I think we can do more directly as government. And I think lastly, the paper is quite strong on the approach of agencies and agencies having plans, but I think we also need to marry that with community-led activity so that communities themselves can create projects and create opportunities for the language to grow and develop. Thanks.
Thanks, Stuart. Jo.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. I would just like to highlight, so I've been on that Short Life working group that Shona referenced in her update there. And without wishing to preempt the content of that report, which has been submitted to government and is shortly due to be published, I think one of the things that we've touched upon in other topics this morning has been the linkages between different issues. And we found, as part of the work through that group, that actually, whilst huge strides have been made in language acquisition, in policies such as the Corless Gaelic First policy, in the work of Bord na Gaelic, MG Alaba and co. There's also a huge linkage with things like housing, transport, broadband, because if the language is to survive and thrive in Gaelic communities, then there needs to be the opportunity for people to live, work and thrive in these places. So very much, I think you'll find that the outcome of that report will be focusing on the holistic place-based approach.
Thanks, Jo. Paul.
Thank you. Probably going to, again, I'm going to echo what's been said already. I agree with all the points that have been made. Economic growth and housing investment across the islands is essential, really, because we don't have the jobs and the homes for the Gaelic speakers who are here, and also to attract new people. You know, they're going to continue to disperse to the mainland and further afield, so we're at risk of losing these people. I'm not going to go back to the HPMEs, but fishing is absolutely huge in our communities, and it's probably one of the strongest Gaelic cultures on the go. You know, most of our fishermen it's Gaelic they speak on a daily basis. So it's ensuring we allow these natural cultures to be not just maintained but develop further. Good report, so thank you very much for that. I suppose there's a lot of next steps in it that are structural and organisational, but it's here, you know, there's a bit of a breakdown in intergenerational language transfer, so it's about what we can do in the community as well as what we're doing at national policy level. So I think it needs to be a lot of community-based development approach, such as buildings like Crochsallier and the activities that will take place here. So it probably goes back to the first point about the economy and growth and housing investments. And I think I need to give a mention to Keith at the back and the work he's doing with Pete and Diesel. I think there's a lot, you know, there's a lot more people around the United Kingdom using Gaelic phrases. And they might not know what they mean. But, you know, so it brings us back to creativity and opportunities. So we take advantage of these things when we can. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Paul. Rob, and then I'll come to Frank.
It's just to add a couple of things that didn't come up. I think through the partnership work we're doing with on the working group, looking to work with Gaelic employers to help them get accreditation for the training they're doing in work-based learning in Gaelic. That's formalise that a bit more so that it can be understood by the apprenticeship programme that that Gaelic language is part of that as well, and also that the working with the Highland Council on a careers event for Gaelic speakers for school pupils this year as well. So just a couple of other things that are trying to help and promote the speaking of Gaelic.
Thanks, Frank. Rob?
Thank you. Just to pick up on that linkage with tourism, so the Tourism Gaelic Plan is due for refresh and will be refreshed this year, but in discussion really with Shona and our colleagues and with government colleagues, it's going to be a tourism, culture and heritage strategy, and that'll bring together not just Visit Scotland's thinking, but also Historic Environment Scotland, National Museums, galleries and others as well. And I think that demonstrates the breadth of what is now possible, which wouldn't have been really recognised, I don't think, when we first put in place the tourism strategy. The second thing that's made such a huge difference is the availability of tools and input from online. And the combination of those two things is really giving us a much greater opportunity to extend how we link Gaelic into all of the points around tourism, culture and heritage, not just looking at it through that single lens of tourism.
Thanks very much, Rob. James?
Yeah, I'm just delighted to hear how, you know, I don't often contribute in a Gaelic conversation because of my culture.
You need to start, James.
It's okay. I speak, people don't understand what I'm saying anyway, don't they? So don't worry about that. And I was a bit of a skeptic, you know, a number of years ago, but when I see the number of people that are engaging, and when I see how this is a stimulant, it brings me to the fact that it's maybe time for us to look at the North Northern.
No, oh,
And-
I'm there with you.
Yeah, and the fact that, you know, we go to one of our restaurants and there's a whole wall of the dictionary printed on the wall. And I do think that if these things are going to be looking to our future to embed our place and our uniqueness, I think it's time that we look to the government to see, you know, which other language and from other culture in this place could be refreshed or brought to attention for the economic purpose. Thank you.
Thanks, James. Alison?
I look forward to attending one of these meetings when we are truly multilingual and we have all of the Scottish languages in show. I was mentioning to Mary earlier at UHI we're expanding our provision in Gaelic beyond the Solmore and beyond Outer Hebrides. But one of the big issues that we keep coming across again and again is the disparity in secondary schools with Gaelic provision and medium in specific subjects. There are some of the secondary schools where you can study a whole range of subjects in Gaelic medium and others where it's simply not available. And actually the provision at primary school is increasingly good. I think the big gap is making provision, if not uniform, much more consistent across a whole range of subjects at secondary school. I think that's an absolutely burning issue for the health and future of Gaelic.
Thanks, Alison. Paul?
Yeah, just on that point, I mean, the work that we're doing on e-school is kind of going slightly to addressing that, but it comes, I'm not going to bang on about finances, but, you know, when you've got limited budget and you're only able to take on so many teachers, so many pupils in an area, it is a difficult thing to balance, but we're trying our best. But yeah, the work that UHI could do in terms of teacher training, I mean, there's obviously a nice facility here. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Paul. Kathleen?
It would be remiss of me being in Murray not to mention that we should also celebrate Doric and Scots, and that we mustn't miss the opportunities that other languages equally add to tourism and economy, and that they also get recognised in schools as well. We all know that educating languages at a very young age helps develop the young mind, so it would be good to see all our traditional languages celebrated.
Thanks. Anyone else? Mary?
I just want to take this moment to say how upbeat this meeting is today. And also, I think the topics on the agenda are excellent for where we are. And for those of you less perhaps informed, is that this project actually was, this building was built over lockdown, almost by stealth, but without the money that had been secured before then. It really kept the heart in the community over lockdown. Behind barriers or whatever, the building went on, and it was opened in September. But anyway, what I was going to also say was ministers are really good at visiting our communities. And I've seen and met loads of them, and delight. And they all want to have a stake in it. Now it's the Macruris, and God only knows who's going to be coming next. But what we need to be doing, and I think we are starting it now, is we need to be speaking up with the ministers. You as people are tremendous politicians sitting by the Rayburn. But we need to get these thoughts out there, and we have already started to see that happening, particularly those of you who may have been following what's been happening around Storrs and the deer and all that. We are seeing the role of membership, people making arguments for and against, which is perfectly healthy. And I really think it's a turning point for us. And I want to thank you, Mr. Swinney, for your own leadership on that and encouraging ministers to visit us. It's been heartening to hear what's happening around the ferries and everything else. And I think we need the turning point, and I think we're going to be at it. But it's our own community we now need to just harness and let us tell you what it is that we really need. And I just want to thank you, and particularly thank everyone who has shown their interest. I may not get the chance to see you before you leave, so I have a little gift, some photographs from Margaret Fay Shaw, who was a grand collector. It's not as valuable as that in one way, but it's from Team Croxaled and Team Kiowas.
Well, I don't know how I'm going to get past the baggage allowance home, but Mary, thank you very much, and I'll let Raymond in just now, and then I'll say a little.
Yes, it's just a very quick point. I also think that there are still untapped opportunities for Bordnagalig and for many other. Based on what Mary was saying there just now, there are untapped opportunities where we have the ability to be able to show how Gaelic has actually come full circle. And I'm going to use myself as an example. 30 years ago, I didn't have a word of Gaelic, and I'm the first leader of Highland Council that is a Gaelic speaker. So if that's not an achievement for Gaelic, and we can demonstrate that how the investment in Gaelic has actually come right round, and how it can go forward. And some of us just go about our own business, thinking nothing more of the fact that we speak Gaelic or we can contribute to it. But there are others who are recognising that, and there's still yet more that we can do to be able to there are opportunities out there that are yet untapped in terms of how we can promote it, including the opportunity for Norn up north, and I'm not surprised that James came in on that one there just now.
Okay. Right, thanks, Raymond. I'll come back to Sean in a second to close off the discussion, but let me just make a few points. The first is the really welcome news about engagement in the language, because fundamentally that is the key issue that has to be encouraged, motivated, promoted, supported, and that's in a multiplicity of different ways, whether it's through the education system, and Paul makes a very good point about, and Alistair makes this point as well about the UHI offering, that we have to see, and this has been, I pay tribute to governments over many years of different political colours, because the commitment to Gaelic medium education goes back to the Conservative government of the 1990s, and the determination to try to reverse the decline in Gaelic by the commitment to education and Gaelic medium education. So that's been sustained for many, many years. I do think we have got a new, vibrant opportunity because of digital connectivity. So the point that you make, Paul, the caller came to me, I don't know, 2016, 2017, asking me to put money into eSchool, and it's the best £500,000 I've ever spent. Well, it wasn't my money; it was taxpayers' money, of course. But it created a platform for greater engagement about the Gaelic language anywhere, and of course that's then flown into the wider engagement around, because once these digital platforms exist, it can go anywhere. And so, again, I think there's Paul makes a fair point about, if it's all to be done from the budget of the Corla, there's limitations on the number of teachers that can be employed. But if we're taking a strategic view of Scottish education, and how do we use Scottish education to boost the Gaelic language, then relatively modest sums of money can make a significant difference in creating that capacity within the school network. So I think the digital aspect of this transforms the opportunity, and that goes back to a lot of the thinking that we've taken forward in the faster rate of progress initiatives. Second point, which flows from that, is about economic opportunity. And this is, and I think this is a huge part of what we have to contemplate about the role of the Gaelic language in the future. the last update that Joe gave us at the Stornoway Port Board, which is looking at all the, what are we going to do with all these cruise passengers that come to Lewis? And one of the interesting things was just how much appetite there was within visiting population for an appreciation and understanding of the Gaelic language. Combine that with digital opportunities, and you really have got the prospect of creating a platform for music and an appreciation of the Gaelic language and cultural expression, which is of a different order compared to where we've been before. So I would encourage all of that to be woven together. And I think the approaches that we're taking help in that respect. And lastly, Mary, you make a very important point about the importance of ministers being connected to all parts of our country, no matter how sparsely populated. And as I said, it's been my personal privilege to spend a lot of time in the Highlands and Islands over these years. So thank you very much for that lovely reminder of those communities. But I do think it's something that you need to, I'll certainly make sure I encourage within my successors. But that engagement is critical to advancing some of these agendas. So thank you very much for that and for the contributions. Shona, do you want to close off?
If I could,
Please do.
just picking up on a couple of points. Around the sort of education opportunities, further higher education opportunities. I think particularly around the merger between West Highland, Outer Hebrides and North Highland colleges, there's opportunities to really expand provision across the kind of the western seaboard there. So, and we're looking to engage with colleagues about that. There was a lot of talk about community and community-led action, and I'm very, very pleased to say that actually the community groups in UIST, across the UIST, have decided that they want to take forward developing a community Gaelic language plan for themselves. So sits alongside the public bodies that have Gaelic language plans, but that is really crucial. And I know that Skye and Razzie are hoping to do the same thing. So community-based, what do we need? How are we going to get there? The holistic approach, I think that was a key message in the third National Gaelic Language Plan for island and rural communities. You will only have Gaelic if there are people. And there will not be people if there aren't jobs, housing, connectivity and transport. And our membership of groups like this is really critical to making sure that, and I'm sure colleagues at times go, oh, not Gaelic again, but it's critical to making sure that it's embedded across development. Bordna Gaelic cannot save Gaelic, but together, that's our ambition. And it's the participation of all the other people around the table that is so crucial. And picking up on James's point as last of all, at COHI in Inverness in, I think, 2018, there was a paper about transformational opportunities for the Highlands and Islands. And they were focused on renewables, space, etc. And at that, I made an intervention to say there is another one. And that is about our culture and heritage. And it's not just about Gaelic culture and heritage. It's about Doric, it's about Shetlandic, it's about Norn. That all of these places have really special cultures and languages that people want to know about, want to experience. Yeah. And together, as the Highlands and Islands, we have just that a richness that is, it's a huge opportunity, but we also have to safeguard it as we go forward. So thank you for the opportunity to talk about it today.
Thanks, Shona. And I think I just would want to highlight your comment that this is a collective endeavour. And I think that is the point of this issue being on this agenda, because there is, the economic work of HI, the educational work of UHI, of local authorities around the table, the role of Visit Scotland in promoting the Gaelic language as a means of attracting people to come to Scotland. All that needs to happen. to safeguard the lounge. So thank you very much for that. Okay, we'll move on to our last topic before we break for some lunch, which is on another vital topic, which is on the issue of repopulation. 2 years ago, COHI established a working group focused on population, and we recognise, and this has been the hallmark of the whole of our agenda today, all of these questions are interrelated. Whether it's Gaelic, population, housing, transport, they're all interrelated. So the paper today gives some update on the work that's been undertaken by the working group. We're going to hear from Ben Jones from the Scottish Government first of all, and then Callum Ian from the Corla, and also from Karim McCreary from the Corla, and then we'll open it up for discussion. So Ben, you take it away, thanks.
Yeah, thanks DFM. I'll just provide a little bit of an update from Scottish Government side. So for those not aware, the Ministerial Population Task Force in Scottish Government was established in 2019. This was to provide cross-portfolio focus to long-term challenges of population in Scotland. Of course, there's already a vast delivery landscape in place. So the mission of the task force is really focused on identifying gaps and working out where and how we can focus energy in those gaps, particularly around solutions for population attraction and retention. The task force published its first population strategy in 2021, and it's continuing its programme of work with two main products this year. The first of those is a new talent attraction and migration service for Scotland, which we hope to launch in autumn this year. This will be a digital platform for both employers recruiting from abroad, as well as those who wish to come to Scotland to get the advice and information they need. We're optimistic about the role that this can play for all of Scotland. The second project that the task force is developing is an addressing depopulation action plan. And whilst we're not yet at the stage where the drafting of the plan is beginning in full, Mr. Robertson, who chairs the task force, and Ms. Goujon have helped to shape a development phase which is really solutions focused around these population attraction and retention issues, recognising the uniqueness of different places across Scotland, but again, focusing on gaps. So there's three kinds of activity that we're taking forward as part of this. The first is practical policy tests. So the investment that was planned for the previously proposed Islands bond is now supporting a range of different tests. These are taking a cross-sectoral approach across localised interventions for skills, migration, childcare, enabling infrastructure and community empowerment, all with the aim of delivering benefits in communities in the short to medium term. Our intention is to publish and announce the full range of these PPTs in May of this year, but just a couple of examples. One area, one project already underway is the Island Skills and Repopulation Pilot, which is delivered in partnership with the COHI Population Working Group, with HIGH, SDS, and North Ayrshire, Argyll and Bute, and the Western Isles. Another example of a PPT that we're likely to develop is building on the Rural Visa Pilot proposal that was published last year, which set out a methodology for facilitating place-based migration to rural and island areas. And we're hoping to run a PPT focusing on supporting rural talent attraction later this year. There's a few other things that are developing in the action plan. Evidence building is one of those, and I'm pleased to say that as a direct action of a previous COHI, the Independent Expert Advisory Group on Migration and Population has now published its latest report on place-based policy approaches to population challenges. I think there's potentially quite a lot of learning, not just for Scottish Government, but also at a local and regional level for what this work shows and how it can potentially feed into some of the collegiate delivery that we're all trying to work towards. And then finally, just on that partnerships point, Mr. Robertson, who chairs the task force, is really clear about not just meaningful partnerships across Scottish Government, but also that point around getting the right interfaces with local and regional partners as well. So as we continue to build the action plan, it's going to be really important that we continue to interface in the right ways with the local initiatives here, like the repopulation zones in Uist, the work of the resettlement officers, the regional economic partnerships as well. So I'll leave it there and I'll pass over to Callum. Thanks.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, DFM. I'm going to be very brief in the interest of time. As members of COHI will be aware, the repopulation zones was one of the ideas that was generated and built and came out of COHI. So there are 4 repopulation areas, zones, now in operation across the Highlands and Islands. Each of these is very place-based. Each of these is bringing forward ideas, initiatives that are very much located in the place where they are working. And I think that is right, and I think that is proper. So there's a range of really, really interesting things being developed in each of the 4 areas. I think there are some interesting initiatives, and one of the things that we've got to be sure we do is give space and time for these initiatives to be worked up, developed, implemented and brought forward. I think one of the dangers we've got to guard against is thinking of repopulation zones and this effort as a 2 or 3 year initiative. I think population loss has been multi-generational, and the solutions have to be multi-generational, and we've got to think over a long time window to develop all the solutions. So each of the areas has got a good partnership working in each of these areas. I'd like to commend all our partner agencies, HIGH, Skills Development Scotland, Boris Gaelic and others. I think they've really come together, gelled together in joint purpose, and are really, really pushing forward and seeing some interesting things develop as a result of that partnership. The settlement officers have been critical to all this work, and getting settlement officers on the ground, engaging with communities and engaging with potentially incoming population has been really, really good. And I think settlement officers are proving to be critical to the work that has been done. And we'll hear from Karine shortly, who will go through some of the work that she's been doing on the ground. So I think there has been excellent development place-based within the communities. The areas we're not getting as much traction on, if you like, is the higher level issues, housing, digital. So some of these issues, the big ticket issues, have been very difficult to see movement on. We'll be discussing housing in a bit of detail later this afternoon, so I don't propose to go in there, but there is a desire in all of these communities to see broadband, to see digital coming to their communities. Because of the nature of some of these communities, they are the most peripheral communities, and they are the communities sometimes that getting that digital infrastructure out to is more challenging. I think that's accepted, but I think we've got to be bolder, more thoughtful, more innovative in how we engage around some of these bigger ticket challenges, so that we're getting both the local and the more national issues working together. So I think this initiative is very much in its early days. I think there's good initial progress done, and I think there is real potential in this type of place-based activity if we think of it over the long term. So, as I was saying, critical to all this is settlement officers, and if everyone's happy, I'll hand on to Karine to give an overview from the US repopulation zone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Karine.
Thank you. So yes, taking on the settlement officer role just over 10 months ago now it's been a privilege, but it's absolutely flown by as well. So having an established repopulation working group already and consisting of local partners, which include the council ourselves, Highlands and Islands Enterprise, Skills Development Scotland, Boris Gaelic, UHI and US Third Sector. So this was really to enable effective partnership working and to collaboratively deliver and develop the US Repopulation Zone Action Plan. So this action plan consists both of long and short-term measures, but all with the aim to reverse population decline within UST. So 5 main areas that the plan covers is housing, jobs, infrastructure, Gaelic and skills. So it was really important to us as well as the working group to have the community's views on the action plan, and we had consultations take place in US just last month. We had them throughout about 5 village halls in US last month. So I'll give you a very brief overview of the consultations that we had last month. So the critical area the community believe that needs to be addressed first is housing. We need more housing, more varied housing in more areas that people want to live, more more support with housing costs, and all of this more quickly. It was really stressed by everyone that housing followed by infrastructure should be the top priorities, and once they're in place, then the job vacancies issue can then be targeted after that. Other issues that were touched upon as well at the consultations included, obviously, our air transport service needed improved, people talking about the appalling ferry service. We also spoke about the broadband. There was a few people at the consultations who still have, they're in the black spot that don't have adequate broadband, which obviously limits their opportunities to applying for remote working jobs, working from home, and so on. There was a lot of discussions around holiday homes and the ban on second homes as well, and empty homes as well in UIST, and dedicating empty homes officer to UIST. And access and childcare as well was another one, and that was more so around after school care, wraparound care, and holiday childcare. But in conclusion, really, the housing, transport and travel all obviously impact the recruitment. So moving forward, myself and the working group will continue to collaborate with stakeholders, with the community and partners on various different projects that we have going, just to strengthen UIST Repopulation Zone Initiative and the action plan as a whole. But moving on, since I started my post to date, I've had 196 or so queries, 44 which live, people in touch with me. So 68% of these queries are people that are getting in touch looking for relocation advice, just for on-the-ground support, advice, asking about, what opportunities are there available in UIST, where can I find housing, where can I find jobs, They're always so interested in our Gaelic culture, finding out about the catchment area for the schools, and all those sort of questions come into there. 15% or so is queries to do with just the housing, people getting in touch with housing, and then the smaller percentages come into the financial assistance, wondering if there's relocation support, financial support, and childcare as well. Issues come into there. But between the 82% of my queries that come under the housing and relocation advice, 34% are waiting on suitable housing to come available before they can make the move coming to UIST. And I had created a questionnaire last summer or so as well, and it was aimed at people that had relocated up to UIST within the last few years, and just gathering data about where they'd come from, what brought them here, things that made their relocation a smooth one, but also the barriers that they came across when they moved up. So 49% of relocators did state that finding suitable and affordable housing was the biggest barrier that they had coming to UIST. But to date, I have supported 11 families coming into UIST, and we've got a further 9 pending families that are relocating within, well, hopefully before the end of summertime, so it's been really encouraging to be of assistance with them as well. I'll give you an insight to a couple of projects I've been working on. So childcare is one of them. So childcare is a significant barrier to employment and retention in UIST, and just the absence of childcare during the main holidays has been noted by families and organisations. We don't have any holiday childcare clubs or the after school clubs. So we have one registered childminder from Edisway to Berneray. So working with the SCME, the Scottish Childminding recruitment drive for registered childminders within rural locations. So just going into mother and toddler groups or parent and toddler groups and talking about the opportunity that I have with registered childminders and trying to encourage it. I think maybe last month we had one person that signed up, but even just having that one more person would make a huge difference. With the one registered childminder that we do have, I'm currently assisting her with establishing a holiday club within UIST in the summer holidays. So just having a holiday childcare option obviously in UIST would benefit the local employers, the local economy, and really the well-being of parents and children as a whole. Another really interesting project that I've been working on is we've got our own, we've developed a digital web portal, and it's called UIST Beo. So this is a website where we've got all the information really in one place. We've been busy working, developing content and gathering material and whatnot. So it's really to support, it supports relocation, it's promoting jobs, it's promoting all the opportunities, our Gaelic language and culture. We've got a section on, what's happening in UIST, events and so on. So a lot of the queries I even have people getting in touch, they're like, what's it like to live in UIST, or what do I have to expect? So we've got a collection of stories as well from people that live in Uist, and just really evidencing the island life and how brilliant it all is, really. Uist Bio, it's called, so go check it out. But also it's been of great benefit as well, liaising with the other settlement officers, got Millie in Ireland Butte and Boyd up in the Highland area, and just discussing, you know, sharing ideas and knowledge on key issues that have the impact on population, and just being there to offer each other support has been really valuable as well. But going forward, just looking to continue to gather as much evidence as possible of people's needs and aspirations that are living in Uist currently, and just to identify, you know, what's going to keep us ASGFs here, but also encouraging people to return back home and others to relocate as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Corinne. That's a really helpful, practical distillation of steps to try to, you know, often, you know, conversations of this type are often at, let me call it a strategic level, but it's nice to hear good, solid, practical actions on the ground to try to put some of these aspirations into practical effect. So thank you very much for that, and to our other contributors. Thoughts, Bill, first of all?
Thanks, Dave. You know, jobs, housing, transportation, the A9, the A96, the A82, as well as ferries, trains and air travel. These are all important for the entire area. But one of the things is, you've just heard all about what the settlement officer actually does on the ground. Our settlement officer post ends in June. And we can continue to contribute 50% towards keeping that post ongoing. But I think we need some assistance from other agencies to help keep it going. And I would just ask that if we could, since we're asking for some minor commitments today, that maybe some people could think of that. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. And Andrew, I think, was going to come in.
Can I just make an observation on that? I agree with everything that's been said, but I think we miss some basic points. And I'll just read an excerpt from that place-based policy approaches to population challenges. And I'm being very selective in what I read out, but I would be. The report presents two contrasting approaches to spatial targeting, each linked to specific policy paradigms and intervention logics. The first has been much influenced by neoclassical economics and support for targeting, monitoring and evaluation by quantitative indicators. The second is influenced by a more holistic, place-based view of rural regional development, with an emphasis on well-being and inclusion through maximising all forms of territorial capital, economic, human, social and environmental. Now, I don't want to be disrespectful, but if you remember Blackadder, Baldrick would have called that gobbledygook. If it goes down, and the last one before I come on to the main thing is, with these caveats, we present an illustrative analysis of how target areas could be identified through measuring the duration, number of years since peak population, and intensity, average annual population change since peak year of population shrinkage. Now, just for context, the census of 1830 had a population of the Isle of Mull of 10,000. We can barely scrape 3,000 nowadays. And I don't believe that was the peak year. Now, every islander here has relatives in the Celtic, and in respect to James, the Norse diaspora. Glasgow, London, New Zealand, Australia, US and Canada are just working offshore as seamen. How do we get them back? The rationing of population will be encountered by nothing else other than economic possibilities. And just by reference, Paul gave me that. It wasn't a prop, but it's indicative of where we should be going. That illustrates some of the potential that lies in the Western Isles and the Northern Isles for future economic growth. You know, we currently have a pensioner migration from the rest of the UK to the Highlands and Islands. And that's a perfect example of financial incentive. It's more economically beneficial to move as a pensioner from southern England to the Western Isles, increase the value of housing and benefit from the largesse of the Scottish Government. we need to be looking at economic development for retaining youngsters and attracting some more of the Gaelic-speaking diaspora from Canada and elsewhere. That's me.
Thanks, Andrew. Okay, other contributions? Amanda.
Yeah, so if I think what we heard from Karine was fantastic. It's been really good to see all that practical action on the ground. And if you'll bear with me, I'm going to make a point in a sort of personal capacity. My daughter is completing her 3rd year of nursing at the University of Edinburgh. She was interested in a placement in the Western Isles this summer. And the letter that she received more or less pointed out that there would be no accommodation, and what accommodation would be available would be extremely expensive. So the challenge is that while we've got lots and lots of really fantastic activity on the ground, we're still seeing a lack of joined-up approach. And I would ask where the health boards are today. You know, previously the health boards attended every convention, and I would ask that that DFM, that you speak to whoever is your successor, and we encourage all of those agencies that actually have an active role to play in supporting the development of and the delivery of services in the Highlands and Islands to actually attend these meetings, because I think it really is important that we have a joined-up approach. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. It's a very fair point, because I think we've accepted across the board today, as I think is a pretty solid part of the thinking around this table, the solutions will not lie in individual compartments. So there needs to be an alignment of thinking and priorities to address some of these wider questions. I take that point. Well made. Emma, next.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say thank you to Karine for your presentation. I thought the report was really, really inspiring to read, and all the links that took you through and made you look at things, and the way that you laid it out and made that kind of the fact that you've got those people moving up here. I think there's so much learning in here for everywhere, not just the places that are part of this. I think we can all take some things from here, so I think it was a really good report and I really enjoyed it, so thank you.
Thanks, Emma. James?
Yeah, I would like to echo that, because I think the whole idea of having these areas is to share the knowledge, and when you come to defined outputs, to pass that on, because we all have areas, whatever we are, even if we've got seem to have population growth, we all have the challenge of the demographics at least, and where we go with that. And I think you hit on one thing that I would like to say is childminding.
Yeah.
It's a problem across the whole rural areas, because we've changed and set the bar so high with regulation. People did it in ways within families, within wider spaces, because we could do it. I mean, it's not the rocket science that many people think. There's some people who've got a natural aptitude towards it, but they're unprepared to take on the role because of the amount of bureaucracy that's wrapped around it and inspection, and we are killing our opportunity for to release people into the jobs that we have in the remote and rural areas. We live in communities who who you would put your child to look after. We don't need inspectors to tell you who are good. And we need to get back to some degree of being able to do that, or we will not be able to grow our economies.
Malcolm?
Yeah, I think the Crofton Commission does have a part to play here as well. There's so much land in Scotland that's under our regulation, and we are actively trying to create new crofts. We are actively looking for tenants, owner-occupiers who are in breach of duties, and I think it's something the board is very committed to. And at the present minute, 12% of our staff are now based in the Western Isles, which is a big thing for the Commission as well. But we always get criticised that we don't do enough, but we can only do it in terms of the Act. So we are actively trying to bring more crofts back into active use. We're trying to bring new crofts into active use, and we're also doing what we can for social housing as well. So we are very committed to bringing land in the Western Isles and the Highlands back into good use for the repopulation.
I think it's a helpful observation, Malcolm, because I think it does make the point, which was essentially Amanda's point earlier on, that there's a role for a variety of organisations to play here and trying to line it up. And I think you know, the way in which, you know, government is spending hundreds of millions of pounds every year on housing provision. That'll work in a particular model in West Central Scotland or in, you know, other parts of urban Scotland. It has to work very differently in a community like this, and we've got to have sufficient engagement and dialogue to make sure that we are designing approaches that meet those requirements, and obviously understanding
And I think the
what
change...
the Crofton Commission can bring to the party and what the government can bring to the party at the same time is really important.
Well, I think the new build group, looking at the changes to the Crofton Act, is recognising this. I mean, traditionally, people would say Crofton is looking after cattle, sheep. It's not. Crofton is really defined as bringing economic benefit to a community.
Yeah.
So for us, you know, if somebody comes along with a decrofting application and say they want to put 3 pods in a croft, that's economic benefit. Now, traditionally, it may not have been looked upon in that manner, but it is now. And I think from ourselves as well, when we get decrofting applications, occasionally we'll get objections that we still approve, because we approve it because it's looking to bring a young family into an area, it's looking to bring young family into schooling. So, you know, I think as a board and as a commission, we understand that we have quite a substantial role to play in managing to bring about the repopulation. That's something we're very committed to doing as well.
And that's a very helpful intervention on that topic. Okay, Kathleen, then I'll come to Paul.
Yeah, just the childcare issues are big issues in Murray as well. And it's really, you know, we're all probably experiencing the low wage economies, and it's preventing our women and sometimes men coming back into work. And it's also forcing some businesses to make strategic decisions on what hours they offer their staff. And we're really lacking in that 0 to 2 and wraparound care as well. I mean, the 1140-hour rollout's been fantastic, and it's allowed a lot of people to get childcare, but the wraparound and not to 2 is really, really creating issues for us. And in fact, it's preventing relocation because it's encouraging people to actually remote work to the extent that the women and partners won't come up to Murray, they won't come and live with us, coupled with the perception that there's poor health facilities. We've obviously got the Dr. Gray's issue, and I'm sure there'll be issues up in Caithness with hospitals as well. But I think rurality needs to be considered, as the offerings that we have for childcare aren't just around the corner, and it involves families sometimes having to travel. With the cost of fuel at the moment, it's an added incentive, and I think we're in real danger of creating a new parent isolation issue and the knock-on with mental health that may ensue. So I think it's something we really need to get a hold of.
Thanks, Kathleen. Paul, I'll come to Alistair.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Kathleen's speaking there. And just to come in on the point James was making, sorry, first of all, thank you very much for the report. I mean, I commend the work that's been done. Yeah, it's been excellent, and it's really good to see. I'd really prefer the word used more in a meeting than I have today. So it's fantastic for me to hear it. So all the issues that we're discussing here is really important. Mary made the great point. It's all relevant to what we're doing here. The point about politicians moving away from the Rayburn. I didn't have a Rayburn, I had a Raybell. So that was my mum, and she was a childminder, and she got not forced out of it, but she couldn't keep up with the bureaucracy and all the details that had to come along with doing childminding. So, as from a very personal point of view, it was something that kept us, she was getting a wage as well as looking after us. So, it's really important to communities to have that facility. The 1140 hours, I don't think that works for childminders. I think it's only for Crolligans and nurseries. So maybe there's something we could do around that. That might help encourage childminders to take it up if there's guaranteed income through that scheme. But the 0 to 2 is really important as well. Your point about crofting, absolutely right. It's economic development. So and the place-based approach, we've got loads of crofts here, and there's lots of opportunities, and it's just being able to access the land and take these things forward.
Well, and again, obviously, we're taking the opportunity in the next couple of days to visit more of the crofts and understand more of the issues that's affecting the crofters within the Western Isles as well.
Thanks, Paul. Alistair.
Yeah, just very briefly, just thanks to Corrine and Ben and Callum Ian for the work they've done. And like you, I actually really like seeing practical things, so not more, due respect to everyone involved in policies and strategies and plans, and I've done a few myself in the past. I think it's really important that we do practical things, and housing as well is going to, I think, echo that. What I would say to Bill Lobbin, I'm sure we can have good discussions about future funding. take some of the pressure off you, DFM. It's not all. It's not
I'm glad you're coming to my rescue at this late hour. After all these years when you could have done it and didn't take up the opportunity, but you know, it's nice at the last moment.
It's obviously best to leave you with good memories. But I think the funding is, is important. And Calamine was saying this isn't just short term, 1 year, 2 years. It's a continuing effort. And, it's not a project that's going to be finished. I spoke at the last meeting about job opportunities, and it's partly in response to Andrew. We do have a lot of job opportunities. Times are difficult just now, no doubt about that, like cost of living and inflation. But I see right across the Highlands and Islands job opportunities, right across, from Arden right to Shetland. And we've got to be in a position to take these forward. So I don't think it's about being depressed about this. It's about starting from a positive point. But for once, we've got jobs there, and let's make sure that we can fill them and bring people in. James is making the point about shared knowledge, and we've got the 3 resettlement officers that's taking what they're doing, but also then saying that applies in Orkney, it applies in Shetland, and so on. One thing I would say, childcare. I was talking to a big provider in Highland last week, and she is, because of the size of communities, is finding it really difficult to provide childcare, to get that provision in smaller communities. And part of it's regulation. And I think, I know it's really difficult to move away from standard regulation, but we've got to recognise that it's not going to be the same in Aghltebue or Lochinver as it is in Falkirk. Nothing against Falkirk, by the way, but it's really important there's a recognition that the scale is going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult for the Scottish Government to, take forward their new policies in childcare. So I think it's just it's worth trying to get some practical response to these things. Last point with Andrew, he talked about old people moving in. The communities across the Highlands and Islands, I see old people actually really making communities work. And you shouldn't, the fact that you're over 65 or whatever, I think doesn't stop these people contributing to communities. And I could take you to various areas across the piece where they have a huge impact on making successful communities. So yes, it can be a bit of a burden as you get really old like me, but they can also make a real difference, and we shouldn't forget that.
Okay, thanks, Alistair. Any last remarks before Frank? Yes.
Thanks, Dave. It's not to do with why I'm here today, SDS. It's really the point that Callum made, and I'm using the job I've just left as a bit of insight. And I used to run the electrical network in the central and south of Scotland. There's a lot of electrical assets out here, and Callum mentioned the lack of broadband being an issue, particularly in Ireland. What they did, they got the telecoms company and the network company together and started hanging it off the networks because they go to every house as a cheap solution, a quick way of getting it there. There are obstacles to that because the change of use of what the apparatus is for, we leave legalities around about it, but there are solutions out there that can accelerate some of that broadband use. If you can break through the silos and break through the regulators involved to try and crash that together, it helps accelerate some of those opportunities that allow rural communities to really use the benefit of the internet.
Okay. Thanks, Frank. Helpful point, Frank. Right. I think we've Mary, lastly,
just
more close things.
Finally, I think my last point for the day, and thank you for all the time I've had. Used is noted for something else, and that's that it's the third sector. It's one of the highest communities in the UK, in the whole country, that has the third sector as in charge of the economy. And many, there's something like 200 community organisations that have, and my colleagues at HI are well aware of that. Most of people who go to work for them as well, or a large number do. They are generally project funded, which gives for a precarious economy. And that's all I want to say about that, really.
Okay. Thanks, Mary. That's been a very helpful conversation. Ben, do you want to come back on anything you've heard?
Perhaps a couple of points. I think I'm aware that there are conversations on the settlement officers, to Bill's point, that are ongoing, and Alistair, I note your comments as well there, and I'm assured by colleagues in government that we're hopefully going to have an update on that fairly soon. So hopefully should have an update. I think there was a point about the expert advisory report there, and I think there's always a sort of challenge about bringing some of the concepts and bringing them to life. So I think there's a task for us in terms of taking that analysis and turning it into useful and meaningful actions and policy. So yeah, we'll take that one away as well. And I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ben. Well, there's a lot of very good material there. I think my thanks to Ben, Karine, and Calamian for a very helpful update. There's a lot of focus that has to be on the practical steps that have to be taken within communities, but also in how agencies and organisations working together can enable that to be realised. So I think there's a message for us all to take away from all of that. So, okay, thank you for that. I think obviously that's an issue that the convention will likely want to come back to see how progress is developing, and as part of the suite of issues that we're wrestling with today that are on a similar theme. So we're going to break in a moment for some lunch for about half an hour, and then we'll come back and use the available time we have then. So that's, what's that? That's 25 to 1. So we'll come back at 1:05, and we'll do about 45 minutes on housing. And then I think what we'll do is we'll take the formulation of outcomes offline, and we'll just do that. So we'll use all the time we could take up to about 10 to 2. And then we'll close at 10 to 2. So during our break for lunch, we have some students from UHI who are going to be playing some music in this wonderful musical centre. So Paul, I think you're going to give us a little bit of background information here.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the students, a couple of them are my neighbours, they're going to be playing the first piece in their set list will be called John Swinney's Welcome to Croxillia. So this tune is specially commissioned by Croxillia and written for Mr. Swinney in September when he attended the opening of this facility. And it was written by Neil MacDonald, who performed and presented the score to Mr. Swinney at that opening event. So the students we have are from the UHI, HNC and the BA music courses. So can I say take it away, girls?
Please do, yes. Please, that's the microphone. That's great. Okay, thanks very much, and thank you very much to everyone at Croxolia for lovely lunch, and Corla for your hospitality today. We're going to go on to the last item, which we'll undertake till about just before 10 to 2. So we've got about 40 minutes on housing. I can't imagine that will do it all justice, but we'll do enough of it to get a sense of what needs to be followed up. And then, as I said, we'll do the outcomes offline to follow those up and get agreement from partners about further steps. So the paper on housing has been prepared really in response to the significance of the issues around about housing that have been raised by colleagues on a number of occasions in relation to the work of COHI. And the paper is going to be presented by Joe from Hans Enterprise. Joe.
Many thanks, Deputy First Minister. I feel usually the tough slot is the one before lunch when you're keeping people from that, but this is going to be the tough one, standing between here and a major political announcement. I think I will try to scoot through my presentation quite quickly to leave time for discussion. Next slide, please. So by way of context setting, over the last 50 years, the population of the Highlands and Islands has increased by 23%. This is a really good news story. However, the overall statistic masks variation across the region. Over the last 20 years, Orkney, Highland and Murray have grown by between 11 and 17%. Argyll and Bute has decreased by 5%. And the Outer Hebrides has actually seen 0.7% growth, but South Uist has seen 17% reduction. The My Life in the Highlands and Islands survey was completed in 2022 with 5,300 adults aged over 16 living in the Highlands and Islands responding. From that survey, we see more localised priorities broken down by each of HI's area office geographies there. The points in green reflect statistically significant variation. Broadly speaking, in more populated parts of the region, our towns, there was greater emphasis on opportunities, jobs that pay better, and social activities. However, in the rural areas, infrastructure was of greater importance. Housing, broadband and transport. The comments highlighted in yellow confirm that housing in these places was deemed the most important issue or barrier to those who completed the survey. Next slide, please. So having a look at what our employers are telling us. This information has come from HIE board engagements, from business panel surveys and through our area teams across the whole Highlands and Islands. So from the business panel survey in November 22, around a third of businesses had recruited staff in the last 6 months. Amongst those that had, 24% had done so by looking further afield within the UK, 11% from international markets. And in addition, 27% had had to help source or provide accommodation, 19% accommodated childcare requirements, 13% supported relocation costs, and 12% supported employment for partners. In Shetland, the total number of housing completions was between 2015 and 2019 was 390. The housing supply target for the last 5 years was 710. So there's a significant shortfall in private and affordable housing completions against the housing supply targets. Shetland will require additional housing in the region of 929 units over the next 10 years, and almost 43% of this will be is a requirement for affordable housing. Well, moving to Argyll and the Isles, Tyree and Mull Community Development Trusts are looking at innovative ways to deliver housing for those in employment across the islands. Arran has set up dedicated housing task force. Oban is in a similarly high-pressure area with anchor organisation SAMS continually expressing challenges in recruitment due to lack of appropriate housing availability. The high levels of second home ownership and Airbnb in very popular tourist areas put significant pressure on the system. Supported by HI and other funders, survey work was carried out over the last 2 years in Badenoch and Strathspey, Lochaber and Skye and Lochalsh. Most businesses stated that they're experiencing recruitment issues and expect these issues to worsen in the coming years. Difficulties are particularly acute across larger businesses, and a range of factors is seen to be contributing towards recruitment problems, including a shortage of suitably qualified people, issues relating to Brexit, and the general lack of appeal of working in certain sectors. Of more than 400 businesses consulted, almost half said that a lack of accommodation was one of the main causes of recruitment issues, and lack of housing was the most common reason given by applicants who turned down a job offer. So the key point here is that many business owners have said that they are less likely to invest in their businesses due to these difficulties. And finally, a wee bit closer to home. Move to the next slide. Yep. A wee bit closer to home, Harris Development Limited led a community survey of local employers. And on this slide, you'll see some of the key responses. The most concerning on that slide for me is the statement that parts of one growing business are to be relocated to the mainland due to the difficulty of recruiting. I'm going to skip over the case studies because they're well set out in the paper. If we move on to, thank you. So looking ahead, there's arguably never been more opportunity for the Highlands and Islands. Offshore wind, space, nature-based jobs, green hydrogen and growth deals. To pick out some examples of things that are coming down the tracks, the recently announced Corrie Glass hydro-pumped storage scheme is expected to create 500 jobs. Scotland is expected to create 3,000 jobs spread across the region. And the Highlands and Islands growth deals, 5 of them across our region, include 50 projects to be delivered between now and 2033, with over 800 million of investment. So we have a relatively buoyant current economy, despite the challenges post-COVID, post-Brexit, cost of living and energy crisis. And we have a significant optimism for major growth in the next 10 years. Housing is a whole system problem, impacting most severely in remote, rural and island communities, and it needs to be addressed in many parts, but the parts need to be connected. We have examples of how some employers are addressing their own staff accommodation issues in sectors such as aquaculture, tourism and business partnerships. But how much should we rely on employers to solve the housing problem? We've got expertise, we've got funding, and we have the right organisations operating within the system, and we have the right motivations. So how do we create the conditions that enable all the organisations to collaborate, flexing their funding and adapting policies and roles to meet the housing challenge at pace? So a few discussion points here. How much should we expect our businesses to invest where it challenges their ability to be productive growing businesses by locking up capital in building and purchasing staff housing? In terms of short-term support, what tax incentives for those that are driven to build new could be made available? We have a rural burden that can be placed on community-led housing. Should something similar apply where businesses want to protect their investment to be used for their own staff? Can we provide a tailor-made process that enables employers to come together with housing authorities? And how do we deal with the problem where employers are able to buy up local housing for their staff, actually adding to the pressure of the existing population being pushed out of the market? So I think I'll leave it at that and open for discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Janet. Alistair, are you going to raise issues on student accommodation?
Well, there's a paper there which I'm happy we take as read because everybody said look at it. Maybe a few remarks for context. I mean, our paper on student accommodation, like everything else today, doesn't exist in isolation because affordable housing for those that graduate are as important. And the paper really, as much as it's about housing, is about our ability to attract and retain talent and skills that will help drive some of the opportunities that Joe's mentioned. Just one example there, I mean, in Scotland, with 3,000 jobs, we're pump priming that now with £1 million STEM programme in primary schools. and investing in the capacity we need to make sure the skills are there when we define those in a much more sort of forensic way. But we do need to make sure that the accommodation's there to provide for it. So sort of skipping to the final two key points, we'll look at student accommodation with HI in that wider programme through the REP to look at accommodation and housing generally. And the second issue, which we're looking at the moment, and we'll do so with partners, we need to do so with partners, is how we find patient long-term capital to release private sector investment, because there are issues with traditional financial instruments in finding patient capital to leverage private sector investment for some of the new builds we need, and most of it will be new build. So the rest is in the paper. Happy to take questions, and I think it's part of the wider discussion that Joanna's just set up there for us.
Super. Thanks very much, Alistair. Thanks, Joanna. Okay, can I open this up to contributions?
I think I'll just make one, obviously. So I mentioned earlier the Commission regulates a lot of land in Scotland, 750,000 hectares of only what 500 is grazing. And what we get approached a lot of people wanting to decroft. Decroft gives you a house site, but you cannot fund it unless you decroft it. And as a Commission, I mean, in an average year, we'll have 500 applications for decrofting. And for 2021, we only refused 11. But what happens is that it's then difficult for the person to actually get the funding to do it, because it has to be commercial funding. And I think it's somewhere we need to look closer, where people have the ability to build a house, there is additional funding available from alternative sources, because commercial funding, a lot of the time, is just not practical for individuals. So we have, over the last 12 months, agreed decrofting of land in Aviemore, Lochalsh, and just 3 weeks ago in Colonsay, and it's all for social housing. And that's something we progressed very, very quickly, because we realised there was a social need for it. So, you know, within the Commission, you know, yes, we are a regulatory body and we have to obey by the Act, but we're very understanding that, you know, housing is a critical need, and we're doing everything we can to assist in that at the present minute as well.
Thanks, Malcolm. Okay, other contributions? I'll take Bill.
Thank you, DFM. Well, basically, if you live in an area which is in a low-wage tourist economy, the problem is actually exacerbated. What you have is the local population is unable to purchase or rent properties, probably partly due to the increase in tourist accommodation. And then you have, of course, the balancing act. We need the tourists, because that's what our economy is based on, but we need the housing that serves the tourists. And actually, some of the things that we've tried to do quite recently, with the support of Scottish Government, by the way, is, you know, things like a short-term let control area, which actually attempts to reduce the volume of property that is automatically designated to the likes of Airbnb, etc. So it's a really significant problem. You have hotels and restaurants, shops, who can only open 5 days a week because they can't find staff. And one of the reasons they can't find staff, I won't mention the Brexit word, is because they can't find somewhere to live. And local kids, going back to the depopulation thing, local kids are moving away because they can find a job, but they can't find anywhere they can afford to live in. So it's a sort of circular problem, and we need to do something that breaks that. And I think some of the ideas we're coming up with now might be an improvement for the future. Okay.
Thanks. Andrew?
Yeah, we've got exactly the same problems, and it's exacerbated by people coming in and inflating the house prices. And then you've got the problem in the islands on construction, where in Argyll and Bute we've got construction on some islands where 1 and 2 bedroom properties are coming in over 280,000 or 380,000. That's unsustainable long term. Yeah. There's lots of issues. The control area is one, but also I think we need to look at things differently. When I mentioned there in 1830 there were 10,000 people in Mull, there weren't 5,000 houses. Mm-hmm. There weren't any more houses than there are now, but living circumstances were different. But also it comes to the planning. I know a family who are trying to get permission on what was a shed, which had previously been a stone structure with accommodation, to have a business on the island, but they can't get the planning permission. So I think there needs to be an easing of planning, particularly on the islands, to address that. Then the construction costs. I mean, I've been conversations with them where I think there's merit in at least looking at the opportunity or possibility of having the groups around this table getting into a body, whether it's a private or partially private government-funded company, that if we take for Barra, they build prefabs or prefabricated there, but then they've got problems distributing them. So we could perhaps, and needs to be looked at, cut the costs if we have an all-island company. Ships, again, maybe problems for the Transport Minister providing a ship, but we then maybe it's more cost-effective getting the things around the islands. Now, I know also builders, local builders on Mull, are constrained by the planning constraints when they get to a particular size in what they have to construct with roadways. So I think there needs to be an easing. There's land waiting to be developed, but it's been tied up.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Raymond?
Yeah, just an acknowledgement, actually, nothing to do with what I was going to contribute, but a point that Andrew was making there just now. I know from my times on the islands, on the Western Isles anyway, could well be over in Orkney as well, James, that there are many houses that have been built over here with kits that have come from a certain place called Caithness, with North Scott Joinery, and but if we to get into the crux of it, if I hear what you're saying in terms of an all-island kind of approach in terms of supply, but there's an all-highland challenge that we've got. You can go, and it was well laid out on those slides, where you've got certain areas with depopulation and where we have voids of housing. We could offer you a house tomorrow. But is it the right house? Is it in the right kind of location where that void is? Is it the right kind of house for the workers that are looking for that kind of house? Is it in the right location? Then we've got other areas, as Bill was outlining, where you cannot get a house, and we are losing key workers and key skills and key services because of the challenge that we've got in there. So it's really quite a diverse, it's a problem of a diverse nature that some of us have. So I think that what we're needing is that continued and stronger collaborative approach between agencies, because and understanding what local authorities are the challenges that local authorities have and how they have to engage with partners and other organisations to be able to strengthen the resolve to that. But and that's including government and key agencies and across the housing sector, and strengthen joint working and support of key workers. It was yourself that said about NHS, and those are some of the key areas that we have problems in terms of providing housing for right throughout the Highlands. One of the other things I was going to say as well is that land availability in terms of getting it in the right area, right place. Somebody mentioned about planning and having the right flexibilities there to be able to develop housing for the needs in that area is also a challenge. But there's one thing that we can't lose sight of, and that's the fact that, in Highland, we have, wait for it, 10,000 on a housing waiting list. That gives you an idea of the challenge that we've got. So social housing is just as important as other issues that are shown in the COHI papers here. And remember, the geographic challenge that we have is, as you say there just now, can be so cost prohibitive in terms of actually delivering key housing needs that we have certainly got those challenges right across the local authority areas, and certainly magnified, I would think, at the COHI table, more than other local authorities in Scotland. Thanks.
Thanks, Raymond. Amanda, and then I'll come to Malcolm.
Yeah, I mean, as Raymond said, I mean, housing is clearly a social problem, but as Joe also pointed out, it's very much, it's an economic issue. And it's constraining current economic opportunities, let alone the future opportunities through, Scotland and other developments that Alistair referred to there. I think, what we do need to do now, I think we've rehearsed all of the challenges, and now we really need to focus in on what we can collectively do to address these things. And certainly, from a Crown Estate Scotland perspective, we're looking at what role potentially we have to play. We're already a landlord. We've got considerable housing stock on our rural estates, and we have development land, some of which actually is on the outskirts of Edinburgh, but also in Murray. So we're working on a master plan at Mustodloch to sort of release land for housing. But not just release land, but really thinking about placemaking, because it's not just about housing. It's about making sure that we're creating places that people actually want to live. So we've got to sort of think about this in a holistic way. But we are now, we're at the start of our conversation, and I know that Ronan doesn't want to say, me to say too much about this, but we're very much thinking about what role, Crown Estate Scotland as an organisation has to play in this. At the end of the day, we manage physical land and assets, and there is potentially the opportunity for us to play a much more active role in housing. It's not something that we'd given a huge amount of consideration to up to now, but particularly when thinking about unlocking the opportunities in relation to Scotland, and particularly, the supply chain, the O&M. We visited Orkney last year, looking at Scapa, the Deepwater Quay there. Actually, there's going to be a couple hundred jobs, related to some of these developments. Where are those people going to live? So if we're really serious about ensuring that we deliver these benefits, then we've got to start planning now and thinking about what we need to do. And certainly I think that Crown Estate Scotland actually has a unique role to play, in that it has a capability of doing things that other public agencies perhaps can't do, and that we're certainly keen to play our part in that. And that's something we've actually got sort of 3 back-to-back housing sessions planned with our board, just to really explore with partners what we might be able to do, and happy for that work to continue after I've gone. So thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. Thank you. Malcolm?
Thank you, DFM. I think that there's a lot of positivity around this table about the need to take some definitive action on this, and that positivity comes from 2 things. One, I think we recognise the needs, we recognise the risk that a perception of a crisis in housing or anything else is as negative as a crisis itself. But the other positivity is there is a lot of resource in housing, and it just needs to be used in a more flexible way. I'll give an example from Harris, which Joanna covered in her presentation. I mean, recognising the pressures on housing in Harris, we have a partnership with HIE, with the third sector, with the business community to develop some properties there. Now, currently, the funding we have can't be used to that end, and yet it clearly meets, all the aims and objectives of the remote, rural, and island housing plan. So, just that flexibility can make a big difference, because the collective action is what will deliver this. I'll just finish on I think the remote, rural, island housing action plan is very good. I think what's in it is very good. I would like to suggest, though, it needs perhaps a focus as to delivery, and maybe the REP housing group could take that on, and then there's a focus and a delivery and some accountability through this body and the REP itself for how we all get on, because there is a collective will, I think, to sort this, and there is government funding to help us do that.
I think that's an important point, that that there are clearly funding streams that are available to help in this respect, but if they're not just perhaps configured in a fashion that enables developments to take their course, then we need to look at that. And that's maybe, that comes back to think Amanda's substantive point that, we know what the problem is. We need to, what is it we're going to do? What needs to change to address some of these issues? If there are issues in the grant terms in the remote and rural housing plan, let's look at those. If there's steps the Crofters Commission can take in relation to land utilisation, what are the barriers, are there legislative issues in there? Let's have a look at all that and see what can be done. Okay, James.
Yeah, thank you very much, DFM. I mean, going to housing, which we discuss so often, I end up struggling between, the philosophical idea about this and the practical, the actually getting something done. And I mean, I think Andrew made a really good point of the numbers of people. I live in Stromness. In 1881, there was a third of the houses and almost double the population. So some of this is about the way we live. There are more spare bedrooms in my town than there are people living in it. So the question I have is, do we need to really reimagine what we're speaking about here? Where do we give the incentives? What do we do? We have a construction industry that's red hot, that no matter what we give to them, they say, thank you very much, the price is up by 25, 35, 45, 55%, and so on. So we have our demand completely outstrips what we can be doing. We have been looking, and I'm really delighted to hear them saying that in Caithness they can build more modular houses, because I thought that was one of the answers, a factory-type production with SIP panels and all the rest. Because you've got to remember, in the 1940s, 40,000 people came to live in Orkney to service the Scapa Flow naval base and the things there. 40,000 people came and lived in temporary accommodation that many people lived in until I was growing up as a child, because these houses weren't second-rate. They were places that people took the wooden hut and then they built stones around them and they blocked them in and things like that. There's things we can do, but we can't sit talking about it forever.
Okay.
We've got to start putting things in place. And the man on my right is going to come with all the answers now, because I'm just teeing him up for that. Or the two men on my right are going to, because action is required now. Scotland is on the way coming forward. But I just want to go into one wee aspect where regulation or a policy from government causes us a problem. So we've got the campus of the students in Stromness, a small campus. The students come and they used to take up the winter side of the let from the summer that went to the tourist industry. But now that you can't, the short assured tenancy went off the market, so nobody will take them into their premises over the winter, because they can't get them out at the end of the time. And many of the places that the students used to go, the students enjoy themselves so much in our community that they decide to stay. People from all over the world, from Mexico, from the north of Africa, from East Africa, people. I've got 2 Chinese people living right next door to me now, because they want to stay in our community, because they think it's great. I'm surprised, but never mind. But it's a tumbleweed. But they do not move out of their accommodation now, because they don't have to at the end of their time of study. So we've got a number of things in there that we need to think about, but we need the solutions in the next couple of years, or we'll be lost. So, Alistair.
I'm actually going to go to Alan next.
All right, sorry.
Sorry.
It's all right.
The Iron Housing Task Force was mentioned. I think the first thing we're doing, hopefully as soon as tomorrow, is instructing consultants to produce an evidence-based study in terms of what the actual housing need is on the island, because the feedback has always been from locals that the council's figures don't reflect the position on the ground, and it's things like Bill referred to. I suppose if you're a teenager or a recent graduate, are you going to be on the housing list? Probably not, because you'll assume you're not going to be offered anything. So stage 1 is working with the communities and all the groups now to try and work out the actual need, and then from there to start to develop a plan to see what we do about tackling it, and involving all the community groups, development trusts, hopefully get people away from their Rayburns as well to come to the meetings and feed into the process. And then off the back, we're also with a local lettings initiative there, which awards extra points for residency, and up to an extra 200 points depending on what your occupation is, and how important that is in Ireland, which has ensured that the last round of council-built housing, that 95% of them went to local residents.
Good, that's helpful, Alan, thanks very much. Emma, and I'll make Emma the last contributor, and then we'll begin to wind up.
Thanks very much, Jeff.
Well-
I'll make it quite brief. It's quite clear we've all got really shared challenges around housing here, but I also think we need to not forget that some of the solutions won't be the same. Our islands have lots of similarities, but they also have lots of differences, so we can't lose sight of that and the fact that a solution that will work well in one won't necessarily work somewhere else. But from a Shetland perspective, we've had really good engagement with More Homes Scotland, and I would just like to pass on my thanks for that, because it has been really helpful in looking at how do we do things that work well for Shetland. So, and I'll just leave it there, but thank you.
Thanks, Emma. Alistair.
Just briefly, James's introduction. Can I just say, first of all, there's a lot of good work and a lot of good examples across the Highlands and Islands that you can probably build on. I'm not going to go through all the things that have been said, but there are a significant number around about process, different costs and so on. I do think we've got enough strategies and plans, and what we really need to do now, and the conversation Paul and I had with Shona Robinson was actually very helpful. Guaranteed would stay within the Remote Rural and Islands Action Plan. We wouldn't go native or do anything against that, but we really need now to get down to action and challenge some of the things that are there. And I think we can make a difference. And I think the people around this table want to work together to make that difference. And that's where I would suggest we go. I don't know what my local authority pals want to do, or Amanda wants to do, or anyone else that's involved in this. But I think there's great scope for, probably around about the membership of the REP to get together. You can call it a task group, a working group, or whatever you like, but not to blether, not to bring up new things, but to take what's there and try to make it work. And I think there's enough enthusiasm here. Everybody's absolutely determined to build more houses, and I think that would help Shona Robertson as well. It gets her targets. So that's what I'd like to suggest, and hopefully there's backing round about that. You'll have your own ideas, DFM. Yeah. But I think it's really important that we do that and get down to practical things.
I think that's a helpful note in which to end this conversation. I think that would be a valuable point to take forward, that we essentially, perhaps through the rep arrangements, we take the practical translation of all the strategies into effect. Let's identify, what are the things that are needing to change. Let's get specific asks. Government gets asked all the time to do things differently, and then often when we ask the question, well, what actually do you want us to do differently? The answer is not forthcoming. So spit it out is what I'm saying to you. So let's there is a sentiment. We understand the significance of housing, and to the resolution of interrelated challenges within the Highlands. So let's take that away. Next convention can look at some practical issues coming out of that. Government can give its response as to whether or not those things are doable, and we can take it from there. So let's engage in that forum. We'll reflect that in the outcomes that are taken forward. Okay, right. Well, I'm going to draw things to a close there. I've been asked to encourage you all to sign the visitors book, which is on the counter there, before you leave. Can I say that there is an event this evening at Politician, and there's transport leaving the Border Hotel at 6 o'clock. The next convention is due to be on Monday, the 18th of October 2023, and we'll agree the outcomes of today's discussion offline. So all that remains for me is to thank Colin and Share and Croc Solier for the hospitality and arrangements today. Thank you all very much for your engagement over many years in the convention, and I wish you all safe onward journeys. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. James.
Can I just say as the long